and look forward.
Thank you, Jim. I apologize. I forgot to start the recording. So if that covered you up, please accept my apologies. Okay, so as I already mentioned, I'll ask everyone to please mark your attendance for today's session in NENA Workspace. And as well, please put your name in Zoom, because as you know, during our normal workgroup meetings, we track attendance both through NENA Workspace and by making sure that your name is presented in Zoom. So if you, especially if you're in there as a phone number, if you could please go ahead and do that. Also, as an development group meeting, I'd like to remind everyone that our code of ethics, which was agreed upon when you are entering the Zoom session, is applicable. And as well, I'll go ahead and do the reading of the NENA IPR policy. On behalf of the National Emergency Number Association, I welcome you to this meeting. It is essential that we observe certain ground rules as we participate in this meeting. Adherence to NENA's intellectual property rights and antitrust policy, last updated February 15, 2023, is necessary in order to participate in the joint committee meeting. This includes an obligation to disclose any IPR you own or control. It also includes the stipulation that you are encouraged to disclose any IPR you have knowledge that your employer or that a third party owns or controls, while you and/or your employer retain copyright to any contribution you make to this joint committee meeting. By making this contribution, you and/or your employer are granting NENA an irrevocable, non-exclusive license to reproduce, modify, and distribute any writings, audio, video, or images submitted. It is important that discussions at this meeting address only that information needed for legitimate functioning of NENA and the joint committee meeting. Relative to any company or companies represented by any of us, there can be no discussion of prices, terms and conditions such as credit terms, markups, or profits, geographical areas in which a company or companies seek or may seek to do business, the persons or companies with whom a company or companies will or will not do business, production costs, or any future marketing plans. Any departure from these ground rules could result in severe civil and criminal penalties to you as individuals and/or to your companies. Federal sentencing guidelines mandate jail sentences for antitrust violations and call for criminal fines that may range into the millions of dollars. NENA is committed to complying with any applicable antitrust laws and regulations. Before participating in this meeting, you are encouraged to familiarize yourself with NENA's complete intellectual property rights and antitrust policy, available at www.nena.org/page/IPR. If you believe this policy has been violated at any time during our meetings, you must immediately state your objection, withdraw from the meeting, and notify NENA staff, the chair of the relevant NENA committee, and one or more of the appointees to the NENA Development Steering Council. It is a condition of your participation in this committee that you accept the terms of this policy. If you do not accept these terms, please leave this meeting at this time. Okay, so the joint committee meetings, or JCM, especially if you're new to this, I just want to clarify, are intended to allow an opportunity to discuss concerns or challenges a work group is facing, to bring to light possible conflicts or duplications of work, and to gain feedback to ensure the work being completed is moving in a positive direction. Active participation by attendees is wanted and encouraged. Conversations will be handled in a respectful and professional manner. When we aren't respectful and professional, we run the risk of losing the valuable participation we hope to foster. So I'm really going to ask that everybody be on their best behavior today. To ensure everyone can share their thoughts in an orderly fashion, we are instituting a few ground rules. The sessions will be recorded and made available at the end of JCM. For quality assurance purposes, all participants, with the exception of the speakers and moderators, will be muted. If you find that you're muted now and you're about to present, if you will go ahead and please unmute yourself. If you have a question or comment, we ask that you use the reactions, raise, and lower hand feature located at the bottom of the Zoom screen. The session speakers will call upon those who have their hands raised to speak. This really is the best way to help moderate the conversation. If everyone's speaking at once, we actually don't. It's actually not productive at all. Once you've been called upon, you will need to unmute yourself to speak. Everyone has been muted as a reminder. When you're finished speaking, we ask that you please mute and click to lower your hand. To ensure that everyone can speak, please do not speak unless you're called upon. Okay, now as far as session logistics, the sessions are scheduled between 30 minutes to 2 hours in length and vary throughout the event. A 30-minute morning and/or lunch break, depending on what time zone you're in, and a 15-minute afternoon break have been scheduled. While we will try our best to stay on track for the advertised schedule, sessions may end earlier or run longer, impacting start and end times for sessions. For our presenters, please, if you can, your note taker as well, try to jot down the time the session begins and ends. I'll do my best to try to track those as well. So maybe between all of us, we'll get that down. Presenters will begin their session closing about 5 minutes before the next session to support the transition of presenters. And again, for presenters, ensure that you have someone that's going to take notes for your session. While I do have a copy of your PowerPoints, that I only have a copy of those in case we run into problems, just let me know. But I am encouraging you do your, share your screen and to run your own PowerPoint. That would be best. So unless there's anything I forgot to mention, or are there any questions? I'm going to turn it over to our first discussion on how to deal with conflicting or unreliable information in EIDO.
Okay, so Etienne Paquette here. I'm the co-chair of the EIDO JSON working group. Can you all hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll be sharing my screen. So can you all see my screen?
Yes. Yep.
Okay, so that's a point that came up on the EIDO JSON working group. The main question is when there's uncertainty or conflicting information, what do we do in terms of EIDO? So just a little bit of context, because I know at this event we'll be talking, there's other session talking about EIDO. So yeah, the EIDO is emergency incident data object. It's basically a data structure that represents the current state of an emergency incident. So typically when it's shared, it's about the current state of an incident as known by the data element or the functional element that is sharing it. But there's that whole thing where if that data element have conflicting information, or if any agent is not sure which is the best one, how do we represent that? So let's start this presentation. So yeah, so the facilitator here are myself, Etienne Paquette, and Amy McDowell, the other co-chair of the working group. Amy will be monitoring chat. So hi, Amy.
Yes, sir. I'm here and ready.
Good. And feel free to interrupt me anytime if there's something in chat that needs our attention.
Yes, sir. Will do.
Good. So the goal here. So we want to gain an understanding or a consensus maybe on how the EIDO is or should be populated when there's conflicting information. Also, for everyone, get a better understanding on how the information in an EIDO is determined. And we'll also talk a little bit about the instant data exchange. I believe there might be a more session that will go more in depth about it, but there is some part about in the instant data exchange that deals with conflicting information. So and it kind of coalesces everything. So that's why we want to talk a little bit about it. So any questions so far? Okay, let's continue. So what are we talking about here is one example is when you have an agent that is talking to more than one witness and they don't say the same thing. So there's conflicting information in there. And that could be about a suspect or a vehicle or just detail about the incident. So, for example, if there's a fire, you got two witnesses and they're not telling you the exact same place the fire is at. How do you represent that? So yeah, the question get, what should an EIDO contain to represent the conflicting information? One possible answer would be just to add notes, comments, and I understand that it's something that's one solution that is used today, but should an EIDO be able to do more or have the information in a more concise way? Then again, if anybody have some other example of use case, you're welcome to unmute yourself. I see Dan Morgrin have his hand raised.
So regarding, for example, incident location, if I'm not mistaken, the IDO can only contain one. So the agency needs to make a call on which one it's going to assign to the incident. So it will need to resolve internally how to deal with conflicting information. Same thing for a description of a suspect. Okay, so there is that suspect will be represented by a single person data component. And if there is conflicting information regarding what that person is wearing, for example, then the agency will have to make a judgment call on what it is, and we'll need to be ready to update. But I don't know what much else we can do.
Well, we'll get to that in a further slide, but there is that conflicting information data component. But I do see Brandon have his hand raised as well.
Yeah, I think we might get to it in more detail in a bit, but like, I've kind of thought that this is not necessarily a new problem. You know, we deal with this with CAD today. But the way that the data is actually formatted, you know, that's the decision that the work group needs to work on. But this is pretty routine now, right? You might update an incident record when you get new information, but you might have history there. Or like today, the conflicting reports would all be in the comment a lot of the time, right?
Yeah, so about history, many times I've heard, well, for history, just go back to the logger, but that's maybe some discussion we'll still need to have. I also see Brian with his hand raised.
Yeah, I think that there is some value in trying to capture this information. And I certainly could see us extending the data components to allow us to attribute a version of a person, a vehicle, whatever, to some other entity. And that might be a variable thing, a valuable thing to do. And it might mean that a data component for a vehicle, the same vehicle is represented with 3 data components, meaning the witness 1, witness 2, and maybe the consensus or the PSAP's view of what it is. It wouldn't be hard to represent. It might provide information. I'm never in favor of comments. Comments are not trackable. And so you can never do anything with the data. And there's no way to display it in some reasonable way that lets you know that there are alternatives and things like that. So I think comments are a bad way to do that. And if we do think, certainly this happens. So maybe we should think about extending the data components to attribute a version of some person, place, or thing to some entity. link an agent and link a person to a vehicle as the descriptor, the guy who described it, something like that. Very reasonable thing to do, I think.
And that kind of goes along. Bislaki has a comment in the chat box. The best solution is not to pretend that the EIDO is current state known by the sender. It is never current state or known. Instead, it should be described as incident information reported to the sender or developed by the sender. There is no possibility of conflicts if the EIDO is described as containing information reported to the sender.
Yeah, to that I would say it's the current state as known by whatever sent it. And that might be false. That might be a little bit dated, but that's the best information that the sender have, right?
Right. Suppose that you had the exact instance we talked about where you've got two witnesses who describe a vehicle in two different ways. And so you present that information because you don't know. Sometime later, you find the vehicle. Now you know what it is. Well, the other two things go away. We don't care what the victim said, and it's not current state. So I appreciate the known, that the difference between, well, this isn't current state, it's just what we think the current state is. I got that we don't know for sure many things in an EIDO, but I don't think that's relevant. I think that if we decide that we're going to represent multiple, we're going to have multiple representations of a single thing, and because we don't know, and later we do find out the real truth, and then the old descriptions are old data. They don't appear in the EIDO anymore, and the actual one does appear. It doesn't matter where we got it. We know what the data is. And that's all straightforward, I think.
So we have another hand raised by Mr. Victor.
Yes. Sorry. Brian, along the lines of what you said, I thought when we were discussing the IDX, we addressed the topic. That spoke to that, or am I not remembering correctly?
Well, that's a different circumstance. There you've got different agencies that are asserting what it is. And you may have conflicts, and there's the coalescing algorithm that makes a decision and it decides on one of the answers, but then it provides the other ones as alternatives in a data structure that's expressly set up for that purpose. And we could, in fact, use that exact same mechanism to represent the differences. Thank you for reminding me that we actually have the way of representing differences. So rather than, my first thought was, if you got two descriptions of a vehicle, well, so make have two vehicles and associate them with different people. We actually have the mechanism in the EIDO result to represent the alternative values. They're literally a mechanism to say, well, here's what we think it is, but this guy says it's this and the other guy says it's that. So we could use exactly the same data structure to represent the alternative values. Although, again, that the EIDO is ultimately going to make a decision. It's going to say, this is the best answer we have using an algorithm, and these are the alternatives.
Yeah, so Brian, that's a good point. There's extension that is defined in the EIDX draft that talk about alternate value.
Yeah.
And one of the question is, should that be used for other things, for things that has not been determined by an IDX? So
right, we have to extend that because it talks about agencies and agents and things like that. So we'd have to have alternative ways of representing the different views. But I think now that Victor reminds me that data structure is there, I think that's the thing to do. Use that.
Yeah, so
that's by element. It says, this element is different in this way.
Yeah, that brings us to our second use case that I have in that presentation. That is exactly that. You got two agencies that are in the same incident, and they both share the EIDO to the same IDX, but they contain conflicting information.
Yeah, but
So,
there's an answer for that. The IDX text says what happens in that case.
yeah, so to you, Brian, that one is solved
Yeah.
with the
It's
draft.
solved in the way, as Victor pointed out, it's solved in the way that says the IDO has an algorithm that decides which value goes in as the prime answer in the EIDO. And then the alternative values are available in a different data structure that says, well, we believe that the answer is this, but this agency says it's that, and that agency says it's this other thing.
Yeah, so we got 2 hand raised. The first one is Mike.
This will be the last time I bring this up. Promise, folks, especially for those of you who are in love with this notion of something called a current state as known by the sender. Besides the fact that it presents us with the problem we're talking about today, that is, how do you resolve conflicting opinions about what the current state is, which I'm suggesting that problem goes away if all you're doing is saying that an EIDO contains information that was reported to the sender, because there can be no conflicts if you adopt that position.
Well, what if two
But
things?
if I might finish, it'll only take a second. What I would ask those of you who really like this notion of current state, in the real world, I have a feeling that there are things that happen in incidents that may not be easily described as a state, which I think everybody understands is more or less a condition. Let's assume for a moment, for just quick discussion purposes, somebody calls in and reports that they heard shots fired 15 minutes ago. I'm going to ask everybody who loves this current state notion, what is the current state of an incident that was reported that shots were fired 15 minutes ago? What is the current state of that incident?
I would say you're investigating the reported shot fired.
Yeah, at that time. That's the state of the incident.
What is the state?
Shot, basically gunshot sounds were heard 15 minutes ago.
And we're investigating that.
But is it quiet now?
Well,
Is the current state, it's quiet, everything, there's nothing happening? Isn't that the current state?
no, the incident was the gunshot 15 minutes ago.
And
That's
we're
That's the incident. That's the
what
real
I'm
world event.
That's what I'm suggesting, Dan. I'm suggesting that the incident is shots were, there was a report of shots fired 15
Exactly.
minutes ago.
That's what we say. That's what we say. The real world event. Okay.
But it's not
which
the
is an
current state.
incident.
The current state is that it's quiet. It's all over.
Yeah,
In
I
fact-
would say the current state is that we're investigating those shots.
Aha. But how many of us could understand that concept? I can understand that, Etienne, that you could say the current state is an investigation of shots fired. But that's not what we put in the EIDO, that it's an investigation. We don't put the current state in an EIDO. And I'm going to mention one more thing before I wrap up, and then I'm going to really seek opinions from other folks. It turns out that in real life, they weren't shots. It was fireworks. But yet we have proclaimed in our description of what an EIDO is, that it's the current state as known by the sender. Well, did the sender really know? No, they didn't know. They were fireworks. And
No, again,
I'm almost done.
No,
I'm almost done. I think I wouldn't make this criticism about the concept of current state as known by the sender if there wasn't a better alternative. And the alternative I'm suggesting is to replace all instances of that kind of text with an EIDO contains information about an incident that was reported or developed, reported to the sender or developed by the sender, that solves so many problems, including the one we're talking about. There cannot be any conflicts, and it's accurate, and it's never wrong. If you say the shots were fired was reported, it's different than saying, I know that shots were fired. There's a completely different distinction to be made. And I think it's important. Thank you. I am done.
I don't think that there's any problem with the current definition. The current definition does not have a way to say shots were fired or we're investigating shots were fired. What it has is a way to classify an incident based on a registry of incident classifications. And if investigation is one of those, then you can have it. And if shots fired or reported shots fired is one of those, then you have that. But all you ever have is what the agency determines is the classification of the incident. That's the only thing that would have shots fired in it. And that's what the current, it's whatever they believe it to be is what it is from their point of view. That's what they tell their agents as they send them out in the data sense. There might be verbal stuff that goes along with it, but the data sense is whatever they classify that incident from. And the reason why we say current state is because when it changes, the EIDO changes and the old data does not appear anymore. And that's the thing that's more important than the semantics of, well, we don't really know it, it's really reported. Well, yeah, okay. If you want to get that technical and you want to write up a definition somewhere that says that, I don't object. But when we classify this thing in a small number of words, it's current state. Current state is what we think it is currently. It's not a factual statement. It's what our belief is at that time. And it's as known by the guy who sent it, right? That's what we know. We don't know. We're not stating facts. We're stating what we believe is the current truth. And that's a reasonable thing to do. And we don't have to change anything in either the definition or the practicalities in order to get that. And if you'd like a better explanation in the front of the EIDO document, by all means contribute something and we'll consider it. Thanks. Soapbox off.
Yeah, so the issue I see with saying reported information is that it's imply information from the past. So then we could include a lot of things in the EIDO that we might not want to include. But Dan still have his hand raised. Do you still have something to add, Dan?
Absolutely. So yes, while the IDX has a way to reconcile or coalesce data coming from conflicting sources, and we need to mention that need not come from different agencies, could come from different FEs within the same agency. Okay, but the another thing that we should think about is the use of sending maybe a discrepancy report from one agency to another about what to maybe correct some data somebody is erroneously reporting, so that they may update their incident record and then update their EIDOs that will go out, so that maybe there is a way to converge of consensus regarding the state of an incident. Okay, so for example, you are saying that the suspect is wearing a green coat and you have intercepted the subject and it's a black coat. You may want to send a discrepancy report to them and get them to update their description, maybe. But we need to have a way to be able to, from one agency to another, to get them to update, and may not be through just simple reception of an EIDO.
So then you see discrepancy report as being real time, in real time thing?
Why not?
No reason, just in my mind, it was
He
something
did
that
fix it, and he said he was going to do some kind of more permanent fix. And I don't know if that.
So
Oop.
yeah, for now, discrepancy report were mostly about correcting provision data. Okay, but it could be extended to be used to correct incident data also.
so you'll get something like an EIDO discrepancy report. Interesting idea.
Yep. So I don't think maybe the IDX should generate a discrepancy report so that when it gets conflicting information from two sources, it should log that it picked one over the other, but that's it. But when I get conflicting information from a different source, okay, because I subscribe to another agency's IDX and I get this conflicting information, then I should be able to, if I know, okay, that it is conflicting or it is erroneous, be able to send a discrepancy report so to them, and maybe they will update their data. So again, we must emphasize that every agency is sovereign over their data, okay? And the IDO represent the state of the incident. Use whatever definition of state you want to, okay? And as known to them at that time. And they're perfectly allowed to be different, and they will be different. For the same real world event, may be different incident types depending on type of agency you are. The classical case is for a fire department, it's a structure fire, but for EMS, it may be smoke inhalation or something. So same incident, real world event is the fire, but yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Dan. Interesting takes. The time is flying. We still have Gordon with his hand raised.
Yeah, this is Gordon. I just want to bring in the operational component of this. If there is an active incident in CAD, which the EIDO is going to be reflecting, then for the purposes of operations, that is an active case, whether that was my car was broken into 3 weeks ago, whether it was shots fired 10 minutes ago, it's an active case. So the current state is what we know at this point in time, and it has to be there. And was mentioned earlier with descriptions and things like that. We need to, from an operational aspect, make sure that we have all of that information, and that all that information, even as it changes, is reflected in a log somewhere, preferably in my own CAD, so that if my officer stops someone with a black coat because it was originally reported as a black coat, they have cover that that's a valid stop, and it turns out they have a green coat later, that data does not disappear. So from an operational standpoint, I just want to get those out there so you're aware.
Yeah, I think it goes with the discussion about things being all logged in the logger. So every state change in the EIDO, every different EIDO should go to the logger. So I think we're covered here. And Michael still have his hand raised.
Okay, very quickly, and I think we should get back on the topic of the session, which is conflicting values. How are they represented in the EIDO? But Mike's question, I think, went to the point which is underlying and inherent in all incident handling, and that is that there's always uncertainty regarding the data that you're providing. And indeed, you may believe something is true now and not believe that it's true 5 minutes later, and you either report 5 minutes later what you think is true. I don't think that goes away by changing how we describe incident state, whether we use the term incident state or not. Changing the name of something doesn't actually affect the problem. The problem still exists, and it's unsolvable. So I would just suggest that what we're trying to discuss today is actually a different topic, and the topic of how we refer to the incident state that's represented in an EIDO actually, perhaps that needs to be solved. I think the actual problem is unsolvable, but I don't object to someone changing the way we talk about something. I'm just saying that changing how we describe something actually doesn't change the issue that will continue to exist of uncertainty. Now back to our regular program.
Thank you, Michael. And I kind of agree that, yeah, we use the term as known, but is it really known, or it's just, yeah, maybe we can get back to that, but I don't think we want to use a lot of time on this right now. Let's go to the next slide. I don't have that much more. So yeah, we did talk about the IDX. It does contain a coalesce function for merging EIDOs. And there's that extension to the EIDO schema for alternate values. And yeah, there was a question we had on the working group about when you got multiple IDXs, and both of them contain already alternate values. So what happened there? Do they just forget about the other one alternate value, or they just merge them into a bigger array of reported alternate value? And I got to hand raised. Michael? Yeah, Michael, you can talk now.
Are you muted? Michael's muted.
I'm sorry, I just forgot to lower my hands. So apologies. Now I have to figure out how to do it.
Sorry, it's on your screen, bottom center. Lower hand.
Got it.
Okay, so Brian, you're next.
Yeah, the circumstance where this arises is that you have multiple FEs that have different opinions about some value, and the IDX in the agency records that and picks one as the agency's view and then records the alternatives. That then goes to the IDX as a multi-agency incident when this occurs. And that goes to the IDX and the NGCS, which is getting EIDOs from each of the agencies. And then the question is, what does it do with the alternate values that came from an agency? And I think as a practical matter, we could go either way. I would point out that most agencies really don't want to let the views of their individual FEs leak out into the outside world, and they might actually prune that data structure from going outside, but let's just say they don't. We could decide either way. We could make it configurable, whether or not you get the values, the alternative values in the original IDXs in the alternate value things. I don't think that's a big deal. I don't think it's particularly useful. I think that in most cases, the data won't actually ever leave the agency. It might be circulated around the agency, but it won't actually leave the agency. But if it does, and they don't mind having it being represented, certainly we can extend the mechanism to allow it to represent, different views within one agency. I don't think that's a big deal.
Yeah, and I would say it could be included in the EIDO, but depending on the agency policy, never be displayed to the agent.
Well, that's also true. You might get it, but not do anything with it.
Yeah. So, Dan, have something to say about that?
So regarding the IDX, and this was mentioned before when we reviewed the IDX text, and that the IDX, if it gets conflicting information, okay, especially when it gets to trying to figure out some single element such as incident type, okay, where for the same real world event, it may have different type for different agencies. So the IDX should include, along with the along the IDO, that the main incident data structure that reports the incident type as sent by that IDX should also include the other data structures that came from other agencies, so that the recipient gets a full picture of.
Yeah, that is what the current document does, right? In that specific incident, probably the coalescing algorithm would take the incident type as known by the owner of the agency and send that as the single value, and then it would include the incident type of all the contributing entities where they differed from that in the alternate value structure. That's the original use case for the alternate value structure.
Yeah, so if I understand correctly, then you would be in favor when you have multiple EIDX with their own sets of alternate values to just merge them into a bigger array. Is that correct?
Yes. So for example, because we've talked about, because there cannot be a lot of levels to IDX. Yeah, you got maybe an agency IDX and then a regional IDX that represent the state from a regional perspective, but not much more than that. Then that goes to a state. There's a limit to coalescing and limited value. So, but there is always the case where two agencies, okay, and their IDX will not agree. So in which case, yeah, so this will have somebody that needs to be dealt with. Maybe discrepancy report is the answer, but like I mentioned, and concurred by Brian, at least the IDX, when it gets information from different sources and needs to pick one, will also include the others in the IDO in order that the recipient basically gets a full picture.
Yeah, but this is a different
Okay,
circumstance.
so hold on, folks. We've actually ran out of time. Mr. Hanna has had his hand up. And we need to transition to the next one. So if we'll allow Mr. Hanna to go ahead and share his statement, and then Terry for spoofing, we'll just run a few minutes into the lunch break. And so you allow you to complete yours.
Okay, thanks. Are we letting Mark?
Yeah, we're going to let Mark finish his statement. He's had his hand up. Mark, are you there?
He's not muted.
Bueller?
He's had some problems with his mic on the last.
Can you hear me?
Just a second.
There you
Yes.
go.
There.
Yes, sir.
Okay, well, I can't hear you now, but I can talk. So I will say what I'm going to say. The this IDX and coalescing is going to have a fairly significant impact on the management of EIDOs. So be thinking about that. And Dan, make some notes, because I think that could impact some of our management document guidance for the agencies on how they let certain aspects go outside of their agency. If you're talking about coalescing things that are different from one agency to the next. Thanks.
Thank you, Mark. And yes, I believe we're out of time. We're 2 minutes over. So I'll, let Sandy continue.
Yeah, thank you. I'm so sorry, folks, but I'm running a tight schedule here. So we'll go ahead and close the EIDO session, and Terry Reese for spoofing mitigation. Emma,
Okay.
you ready?
Yep, let me share my window here. Oops.
And while she's doing that, I forgot to mention at the beginning that the chat is available. Thank you for those who have seen it and opened it up and have continued to communicate that way. It's really going to help out. We're going to grab that and we'll add it to the notes for each session.
Okay, are folks seeing the location spoofing mitigation slides now?
Yes.
Okay, great. All right, then let me go ahead and get started. So we've talked about location spoofing mitigation and the past several JCMs, and what I was hoping to do today is really focus on two particular aspects of this whole spoofing mitigation discussion and mechanism that we're really looking for input from the wider NENA audience on. One has to do with consistency checking of device-based location, and I'll spend a couple minutes just talking about how that comes into play. And the other is trying to get some input on swatting attacks that have taken place and what the nature of those attacks have been, or what information we know about those attacks with regard to what information may have been spoofed or what sorts of devices may have been used to originate those attacks, that kind of thing. So let me just jump in here. And just for the folks that haven't really been participating in the location spoofing mitigation discussions up to this point, kind of the goal of this activity within NENA and ADIS has been to try and come up with a mechanism that would allow PSAP call takers to have enough information to help them assess the trustworthiness of the location information that they're getting associated with a 911 call. And when we talk about, the trustworthiness, we're not talking about like accuracy of location information. This is not the same as like confidence and uncertainty. This is whether or not you think you can trust the information that you've received. And it's similar in concept to the whole notion of, caller identity spoofing and trying to mitigate caller identity spoofing using the shaken mechanisms that you may have heard about. So that's kind of been the end goal of this whole activity, just to sort of set the stage for what we've been doing here. Now, with the availability of device-based location and that playing a bigger role in the emergency location that's available and can be delivered or associated with a 911 call, there's been activity when we talk about location spoofing mitigation that's focused to some degree on device-based location and how to ensure that the device-based location that you're getting is consistent with other location that an originating service provider may determine using network-based means. So the location spoofing mitigation mechanism that we've been discussing in NENA in our spoofing mitigation working group and in other groups like the I3 architecture working group. Yes?
This is Amy. I'm sorry, your slides are not.
They're not advancing?
No, ma'am.
Oh, okay, because I can see. All right, let me.
You're not in presenter mode.
Right.
You're not showing your presenter mode.
So how do I do that?
Click that button.
Share another screen you shared before you went in.
So I'm
Okay.
clicking on slideshow.
All right.
Yes, Miss Terry, you can go ahead and stop sharing and then you can put it in slideshow and then you'll be able to select the screen that's in slideshow mode for you.
Okay.
Hey, Terry, this is Amy again. I'll watch the hands being raised and the chat because I don't think you'll be able to see it once you go into that. And
All right, hold on. Okay. Well, this is a problem because I can't seem to share my screen. All right. So if I put it in slideshow mode now from current slide, if I move the slides, do you see it move now?
No, you're still sharing your the one that is not in slideshow mode. Do you just want to click through them to keep keep pace?
Down at the bottom of your presentation, can you see the little gray box?
Yep.
Go over to the one that looks like the slideshow screen and click on that. There, click that.
Okay.
Now share that screen.
Yeah, but okay. Except I can't see the thing that tells me to share if I'm in this mode. I can't get to the green.
Oh, go to the view and go out of full screen.
All right, stop sharing.
Yeah, and if you're in full screen, you might have like a tiny bar somewhere that you might have lost track of.
The other screen works well as well.
Terry.
Can I just go from this screen?
Yeah. Just
absolutely.
Don't be in slide
I don't want to
use the editing window. Just like you were editing. Just don't have SlideShare running. Just use the editing thing. It'll be fine.
Yeah, that's fine.
All right.
Share that.
So
we haven't seen that yet.
I think it's more important to conserve time.
Yes.
Right,
Okay.
right.
Okay.
Now
So,
things are working. It's fine.
all right, let's just go with this. Thank you.
Yes, it's great.
Okay, so let me get back into the discussion here. So, all right, so we've had a bunch of location spoofing mitigation discussions going on in both NENA working groups and in ADIS. And in the context of considering the fact that device-based location is now becoming a, more of a significant consideration in the context of emergency calling. We've been talking about the notion of performing consistency checks on device-based location to determine whether or not it's in proximity to network determined location. And I mean, the fact is that at least the three larger carriers at this point are already performing consistency checks on device-based location that they're receiving associated with an emergency call, although the criteria that they may use to perform that check may be different. There isn't any, set in stone standard or mandate to do consistency checking, and so there may be some variation, although typically those checks involve comparing the device-based location against network determined location. Of some kind. And some carriers consider other things as well, such as the timeliness or freshness of the device-based location information that they receive. There's been a lot of discussion about, well, what should happen if you get device-based location in and you perform a consistency check on it and that consistency check fails. So you find an inconsistency in the device-based location that was provided when you compare it to some network determined location. We have asked, I had a lot of discussions, and there have been some public safety folks, at least, that have indicated during our work group discussions, as well as in response to the post that I sent to the PSAP working group, that even if the device-based location has failed a consistency check, that they think there's value in receiving that information to assist them in responding to or prosecuting perpetrators of swatting attacks, and also to give public safety as many tools as possible. So there has been some feedback indicating that there's some value in receiving that information. Of course, like I said, the objective here is to try and get some wider feedback on that, but at least there's been some indication that there's value in receiving that information. There have also been, in our discussions, it's come to light that the carriers have concerns about providing device-based location that's failed a consistency check, because they're concerned that, first of all, there'd be no benefit to public safety to giving them location that they know to be inaccurate or outdated, and that there's some concern that there might even be some liability in doing so. At least one of the carriers have indicated that, in fact, today, if they do the consistency check and they find that device-based location is not consistent, that they discard that information. So in order for them to, if it was determined that that sort of information needed to be provided to the PSAP, that would require some modifications to the existing procedures, at least in some network implementations. Now, when we talk about inconsistent location, right, there are multiple reasons why location information provided by the device could be inconsistent. It either could be the result of an intentional act, right? It could be a bad actor that's purposely trying to spoof their location as part of a swatting attack. Or it may just be that, at the time the location was determined that there was some glitch or some issue or whatever. And so the location that was provided, either wasn't provided with the 90% confidence that, that we like to see, or there was just some fluke that made that information less, not consistent when you compared it to a network determined location. One of the questions that's been raised recently is, well, how difficult would it be for a mobile device to spoof the location provided with a 911 call? And so, because the question came up, well, is that something that would be something that would occur, fairly regularly, or would it take someone with really specific knowledge to be able to pull off spoofing of location information? I mean, you can go on the internet and you can search, and there's plenty of descriptions and YouTube videos, that will describe how you can basically fake the location information associated with your call, with your 911 or your cell phone. But based on input from the two major device manufacturers, they have both indicated that they have very specific checks in place that would prevent spoof location from being provided with a 911 call. Now, that being said, one of them also, admitted that if you've got a dedicated bad actor out there, of course, that they'll find a way, like they have with caller identity information, to try and get around those procedures, even though the ones that are in place by by the device manufacturers have really been focused on trying to prevent that from happening. So again, we've got kind of this, this balancing act, right? Even if there's only a small number of calls where you could actually get spoofed location, you have to weigh that against, well, the potential risks. If you are talking about a swatting situation, the potential risks to public safety and to population at large, if a swatting attack is successful. So we've been trying to get our arms around, first of all, what it would take to actually have a device, have the device-based location be spoofed. And then also, how big of an issue is that as in terms of the swatting attacks that have taken place in recent months? What percentage of those were actually initiated by mobile devices? So are we trying to place too much emphasis on 911 calls that are originated by mobile devices when the source of the swatting attacks is typically something else? And how often is the location information that's associated with a swatting attack actually spoofed, versus the caller identity information? What do we know about the information that's been signaled in the context of recent swatting attacks? So what we're trying to get, a feel for is a couple of things. One is whether there's value. I mean, considering that we're going to be doing consistency checking on device-based location information, and for whatever reason, deliberate or, just a glitch in the location determination technology, we find that a device location that was provided is not consistent with the network determined location. Is there still value in receiving that device-based location information to the point where, the existing processing on the part of the originating service providers, we need to look into what would be required to change that, and what has characterized the past swatting attacks, so that we're targeting, our spoofing mitigation solution toward the right, toward the right issue. What can we do? How can we use the location spoofing mitigation mechanism that we're defining to best, deal with swatting attacks and best recognize them and prevent them going forward? So that's pretty much what I was hoping to talk about during our session today, is basically to see whether there are folks out there that have an opinion one way or the other about receiving device-based location that has failed a consistency check, and also whether anyone has any information that they could share regarding, swatting, the sorts of swatting attacks that have taken place over the past, several months, and whether or not, we know what types of devices is it common for those attacks to be initiated by a mobile device? Do we know anything about the information that was provided, from a signaling perspective associated with those attacks? Do we know if the location is being spoofed? Or I know based on articles that I've read that there've certainly been, it's been the case that the caller identity information has been spoofed, but do we know anything about the location information that's been provided with those sorts of calls?
Here you have two people with their hands up. Brian
Okay.
Rosen, first Brian Rosen, and then Pierre Foucault.
Okay, Brian.
So I know a little bit about a famous spoofing incident where a bad actor compromised the PBX. I think it was at a hospital in some city, and then managed to get that system to place 911 calls, which were, spoofed the hospital. But that he wasn't manipulating location, right? He was using he broke into a PBX and then did a normal 911 call. So everything used the data that everybody expected them to use. And I think that most of the existing spoofing calls were some version of that, where some device of some kind was compromised, or a service was compromised, right? A VoIP service got compromised. I am now working in the ITF on a piece of a proposal that somebody has put in, which deals with enterprise level Wi-Fi location determination. And that would generate more spoofing opportunities, because you could break into the provisioning mechanism that provision the location of the access points, which is what they're doing. They're going to put, when I'm done with them, they're going to put LVF valid location in those, and in the APs. And if this whole mechanism gets deployed, it'll get used for 911. So I think you're asking very good questions. I still think the right answer is send it, noted that it is inconsistent. By all means, route on the network-based location, present that as the best location we've got, and leave the other stuff as well. There is this piece of information, but it's suspect because. I really, really, really think that's the right thing to do. And if we need to, get the FCC or somebody to produce some kind of legal out for the carriers, that the PSAP signs some document that says, yes, I want it, even though I know it might be bad, let's do that. I really want to get it. So my opinion is always send it, just mark it as bad. And my note to you is the opportunities for spoofing will increase.
Yeah. Thank you. There was another hand up. Amy?
Yes, so next is Pierre, and then
Pierre.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree with Brian that it's useful information that PSAP can benefit from, knowing that the call has failed a consistency check, but it's more investigation information, useful to investigation than to call response, I would say.
Okay, thank you, Pierre.
And then Brandon.
Okay, Brandon.
Yeah, thank you. So I don't have any specific numbers on this other than anecdotal reports and some experience, but like in the case of swatting specifically, it's pretty uncommon that a 911 call is dialed, right? Usually it'll be a 10-digit number that someone can find on the internet somewhere, which would bypass the protections that we have for a 911 call. I'm not saying that we shouldn't do this. I think this is great work, actually, and very important. But we do have a huge gap that the majority of spoofed calls like this are just a 10-digit number. So there's no location, right? The callback number is very easy to spoof in that case, and we don't have the same protections with, or we might not have a high level of attestation, right? But it will still go through. I don't think we can fix that right now, but our industry has to do something about it. We had some work on the Hill the past few months where it's a draft bill. It hasn't been introduced yet, but they have all these measures for anti-swatting, and they go through all this, and they're like, "Do you have any advice?" And we're like, "Well, the vast majority of swatting attacks will not use 911, so this bill doesn't necessarily do a lot unless we make some changes in our underlying telephone infrastructure."
Okay. So a couple of concepts in the context of this location spoofing mitigation mechanism was the notion that, first of all, we would sign location information like we sign caller identity information or resource priority header information that's associated with 911 calls, and in that sense, convey something about the trustworthiness of the location information that's delivered. And that's kind of the second prong. One is kind of the the consistency check notion, so that a PSAP would know that a consistency check was performed on device-based location that they may be receiving. But the other notion is for the originating service provider, to sign that location information, saying basically, yes, this is something we populated, and this is our view of what the primary or preferred or best location looks like, and whatever other location related information we may convey, and in that way help the PSAP to know if, in the case of device-based location, whether a consistency check was performed or not and what the results of that were, and then also to be able to have the location information, signed and verified, like we would, basically leveraging the shaken caller identity authentication and verification, mechanisms to say, yeah, this was signed and we verified, that signature associated with this location information. So those are kind of underpinnings of this location spoofing mitigation mechanism, but we've kind of been stuck, at this point of trying to figure out, well, what is it we're going to send forward, especially if the device-based location fails the consistency check, and so how do we, what is it we're going to sign, and what's the most efficient way for us to communicate that information forward? Because if, for example, we send device-based location information that's failed a consistency check forward by value, right? We've got a PID of flow that has all that information in the body of the invite. And then if we want to sign that location information, we have, PID of flow information potentially in the passport, that contains the signed location information, and that makes the message sizes quite large. So that's, another consideration has been how to most efficiently, if we were to provide device-based location that failed a consistency check, in addition to the best location, which is, what the PSAP really wants to be able to receive to dispatch on, and the emergency services network wants to be able to route on, how can we do that most efficiently? So that's another aspect of this. Yes, Amy.
Terry, Dan Mulgrane has his hand up also.
Dan, okay. Yes, Dan.
So I'm all for full disclosure to agencies. Okay, so PSAP should have all information in front of them, even information that is suspicious, and let them make the best determination. Because we just don't know which one's right. Okay, in that, for example, if the caller is using, for example, voice over Wi-Fi, okay, in order to connect because they got lousy coverage, then answer location will be correct. So, and again, but one concern I have is that when this location gets reported to the agency, it's that the agency should, so the carrier should not only report the XY coordinate as they sense it, but should also return, like, for example, the footprint of their cell that device is connected to, so that when the PSAP gets that information from the network, so the network measured location, the footprint of the tower, and then the PSAP can overlay this information with the device and see, well, very likely, okay, because it's outside the coverage footprint of the tower, it's suspicious at the very least. And, but this requires for like full disclosure by carriers, not only sending a phase 2 location, but also like tower coverage footprint.
Yeah,
So-
that's a lot of information.
So
Yeah,
Terry-
but PSAPs can handle it.
So Terry, you've had several several PSAPs respond in the chat. Most are saying that their swatting incidents have come in on administrative or non-emergency lines.
Okay.
And that there's several agencies or several representatives of PSAPs that have weighed in and said that most have come in on their or on their admin lines.
Okay.
But with this being said about most of them receiving them on their admin lines, I would ask y'all to please also weigh in on whether or not you see benefit in getting the information from the carrier with it notated that the information did not pass the consistency check. Would you rather the carrier not send the information or send the information with a notation that it did not pass a consistency check? If y'all could put that in the chat box too for Terry, that would be great. And Brandon has his hand up.
Okay.
Yeah, especially related to that prompt. There's one thing that's more of an intersection of a technical and a legal regulatory issue that I think we need to address for this and other reasons, which is that a call to an admin line should be categorized and handled as an emergency call, at least in some part, and especially with respect to the regulations, right? So that's easy to say and more complicated to work out the details, but that would provide much more value to spoofing mitigation, right? If you call an admin line and you have the same surrender of privacy that you would if you dialed 911 because you are calling the PSAP, right? So that's a tall hill to climb. But I think having a framework like that, and there is some standards development work, I think, but we could apply most of the conventions we already have. But if those calls were categorized as emergency calls, then we really could protect the 911 system and deal with spoofing. And we would use these mechanisms for that.
And this is Amy. I don't have my hand up, but I'm going to throw this in there anyway. Whatever mechanism that y'all decide to use now, as we move forward with 988, we're also going to have this problem. We've already had this problem with 988 of spoofed calls. So whatever mechanism is built, it's also going to be applied to other 3-digit numbers as well. Or it would be nice if it could be applied to other 3-digit numbers as well.
Oh, that's interesting. So you're already seeing that as an issue. Amy.
Yes, a spoofed call. Now it did not. It came in to 988, but it was they gave the wrong. They gave a bad location. Intention.
Yep. Yeah, and I guess that's kind of what I see. Regardless of whether the bad device-based location or inconsistent device-based location was delivered to the PSAP. I mean, in a swatting situation, right, you would expect if you ask the caller where they are, that they would tell you something that was false, right?
Right.
And you would still have the signed, kind of best from the originating service provider's perspective location that was delivered with the 911 call that, would cause you to question, okay, they're telling me they're over here, but the location information that I'm getting with the 911 call says that they're actually calling from a completely different place. So it seems like, you at least have enough to sort of question what's going on there. We haven't really looked at the 988 aspect of this yet, or even the administrative, calls to administrative lines. Our initial focus has really been on 911 originations and what location information that you have, related to a 911 call that's placed. Clearly, there seems to be, a need to sort of expand the scope, at least in future iterations of this work, to consider other scenarios. But like I said, the purpose of this discussion was really to try and help us at least focus or allow us to move forward in taking that first step in specifying a mechanism that we think will address 911 calls where you want to have some idea of whether you can trust the location information that is being delivered with that 911 call. So this was all really good discussion. I see I'm already over my time a little bit, but I thank everyone for their input. And I hope we will capture all of this, the chat that I am not able to see, so that I can look at it later on and go through that. And I appreciate the folks that spoke up on the call today and shared their views, about where they're seeing, the swatting, issues today, or the nature of those swatting calls, and where we need to be also, sensitive to going forward, other scenarios, like Wi-Fi originated 911 calls, or calls to administrative numbers, or 988 interactions as well. So I thank you all for your time and for your input. And please feel free to reach out if you have any other, subsequent thoughts outside of this session.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you,
You're welcome.
Terry.
Sure.
Bye now.
Okay. So we are going to go into like our morning lunch break, excuse me. If we can rejoin at 9:45 Pacific, 12:45 Eastern, of course, different time zones in between there. We will take up our next session, which will be questions the EIDO Management Working Group has identified. Thank you, everyone.
You. Y'all come back now.
Hey, Rick, you still there?
it sounds like he's got another call going in his office. He's talking to somebody.
Oh, okay. I thought we might have a chance to check up on what's going on. How you guys been up there?
We've been doing good. We just got so much going on. We haven't got moved into our new building yet. But he's got lots of irons in the fire.
Well, I know you both have a lot of NENA stuff you're working with, so I assume you gave up on your Greenville work.
No, that's been rearing its ugly head a lot here lately, is the real work.
Okay, now what?
To us or internally?
Yeah, no, this is why I don't like Zoom. I don't like JCM over Zoom because um, work crawls in.
It does. It does.
So,
Yep.
so we're on lunch break, right? Or are we just waiting for the next meeting?
Lunch break until 12:45.
12:45. Okay, great. Thanks.
I'm going back to mute, Sandy, unless y'all want to hear me catch up on all these calls that I've missed.
No, you go ahead and do your thing.
You're
You do
doing a great,
you.
yeah, you're doing a great job, sister. Thank you.
I want to
Thank
hear
you.
it, Rick. I don't want to miss anything.
Yes, you do.
Go
Yeah.
ahead, go ahead, Mike. Ask him about power. Ask him what
Yeah.
he wants to do about power.
And
Okay.
she's not talking spiritual power either. All right, I'm going mute.
Hey, brother, when you get a sec, I wanted to see if you've gotten a chance to look at an email I sent you. Sent you and Amy. I just want to make sure y'all got it.
I turned that one over to Amy. She's going to figure out how to help you.
All right, cool. Thanks.
Okay, it's the 2-minute countdown. Just wanting to put that out there in case anybody needs to rejoin. Like you're walking around with your headset on, standing in the kitchen instead of at the desk.
I can't help it. I'm wondering, don't really need an answer, but how many other people just jumped out of their skin because they had turned their back on their microphone or on their speaker?
I'm sorry, sir. I didn't mean to scare you.
That was funny.
Well, I always seem, it seems like someone always wants my input the moment that I'm in the kitchen and I have to run back to the desk.
Time to wake up, Tom.
I believe me, Mark, I jumped out of my skin.
Oh, goodness.
Okay, well, hopefully a bunch of folks will rejoin. I know that we were about about 208. I think some folks dropped for the lunch hour. The majority have stayed on though, so hopefully they'll be able to rejoin. We'll get started in about a minute or so. It looks like, Amy, is that you? Are you already up and running?
Yeah. Yeah, that's our presentation.
Oh, Mark, are you doing it?
Well, I'm doing it with Diane and Amy.
Wonderful. Okay, fantastic.
We can coax Diane out of her shell.
Yeah.
We're chatting back and forth offline, so harassing each other. So
okay, well, it's time for us to go ahead and go ahead, sir.
We've only done this once or twice, so we're a little nervous.
Sure you are. Everyone who's doing this today is an old hand. I'm not at all concerned. The only thing I'm worried about is me. Okay, so we are going to go ahead and get started. It's the questions EIDO Management Working Group as identified. We'll go ahead and get us started on our afternoon sessions. Go ahead, sir.
All right, can you hear me? All right, very good. So this working group is led by myself, Diane Harris, Mark Hanna, and Amy McDowell. And I know I saw John on, I think Rick's here as well, so they were going to be jumping in and taking notes. And I have spotted several members of our working group today too. So anybody, please feel free to jump in and make comments. If you have them, anyone else, same thing. So our session goals today, we have been working on our document, which seems like forever. And each time that we think we're making progress or moving ahead, we kind of hit some blocking points. And I think at this point, we've really done a lot of work over the past year. We have a lot of content in the document, but these sticking points that we've listed here on security, roles, digital signatures, understanding where we are with the IDX, which we just had earlier this morning, and some discussion on the discrepancy reports. These are kind of the sticking points that are keeping us from moving forward in the document currently. So hopefully we'll get some answers or at least get some discussion going that will help remove some of those blockers so we can continue on. So jumping into security and permissions, an overall summary of this is looking at how does the security, roles and modifiers, how does that impact down to the EIDO level? Looking at security as a concern just in general with the PSAP today. Now, how do we take those ideas? How are all of the permissions, security permissions and related to roles, how does that impact us on an EIDO level? And how do we guide PSAP directors, managers and such on implementing security, and how will it impact the EIDO? In some sense, we're trying to boil the ocean here. And if we make it too hard, is it going to be something that people just don't use? So kind of starting at the top, looking at rules and role modifiers, looking at those higher level permissions and looking at, does the PCA, do those tokens and certificates apply? I guess if we start there, that might lead us into the next topic of getting down into some of the non-public safety entities. But for a moment, if we focus on public safety entities, that would be good.
Yeah, Diana, Brian's got his hand up. Go ahead, Brian.
Unmute. I don't know what you mean by PCA tokens. There's just certificates.
Okay.
Signatures, but there are no tokens. And there's the fundamental thing with an EIDO is who gets to see what. There's also who can subscribe. All of that is controlled by policy. The policy uses the standard XACML syntax. So all of that is well described in the mechanism. You can always have words that offer advice on how to use them, but the mechanisms are well defined.
Tell them what XACML means, Brian.
XACML is a format for expressing data rights. Who is allowed to read, write, or execute what? And so all of our in all of our standards, all of our I3 standards, where we say there's a policy that controls access that uses the XACML language to describe precisely who the entities are and what permissions they have. So
Is it all defined, Brian?
I'm sorry?
Is that all defined?
Yes, it's all defined.
So will the PSAP managers need to do any configuration associated with
Yes,
that?
they'll have to write their policies. And
Okay.
hopefully vendors will give them tools to make that so that they're not literally crafting XACML, but
Exactly. So it's like,
that's I think where we're trying to get is that bridge between what you defined in the XACML and so forth, and how to communicate the configuration aspect or provisioning aspect of that to the PSAP managers in our document, because we're looking at it from the management side.
well, you can describe how the mechanism works, and you could say, as Dan was enthusiastically supporting, you can say, look, your vendor should give you a tool that makes it easy for you to create these things, because you shouldn't be writing XACML. And certainly, one of the criteria for selecting vendors is how good's their tool. And so I think that would be very appropriate for this document to have information like that. And certainly Dan or I or somebody else can explain to you how the mechanism works, but it is very well defined how it all works.
Okay.
So the question that we have that comes up during the EIDO management sessions are, so we're talking about exchanging information inside and outside of the PSAP, and who can see what information? Well, that's defined by policy. So where does the piece reside that says Amy McDowell has permission to see all disciplines and all confidential information that arrives in an EIDO? And then how do I know? That's the first question. Is there's a piece somewhere that says Amy McDowell has permission to see all this information. It was my understanding that comes with a certificate, that's somehow linked to the certificate that's been issued.
It's linked to it. That is, we know who Amy McDowell is because Amy McDowell has been giving a certificate that says she's Amy McDowell. So that's how we know who you are. So that when the rules say Amy McDowell is allowed to see everything, we know that you are Amy McDowell. So that's the authentication part. How do we know who you are to apply the right rule? Then the rules use mechanisms like an agency, an agent ID, an agency ID, or a role, or a combination of all of those to identify a group of entities. So you can say every call taker from Greenville is plus Amy is a group to which the rule is they are allowed to see, let's just say the agent, the EIDO data component or the vehicle data components. And so the rule is written that way. You create a group of entities using role, a combination of agent ID, agency ID, and roles. And that's both agency roles and agent roles. So you create a group. You say, well, all right, this is the group to which the rule applies. And then you say permit or deny. So that's I'm allowing you to do it or I'm not allowing you to do it. And then you specify either the name of the data component or the element within the data component. And then that's the rule. And again, there's syntax associated with how you do that.
So,
But down here, one thing we got to be careful is that the rules that are defined in NENA standards are basically applied at the interface level. And for example, if Greenville County wants to get some data from another agency, okay, then it will provide its certificate identifying, and maybe if it's generated by an agent, that will be an agent cert, otherwise it'll be a agency cert. And the other end will make a decision, the data rights management decision of what it wants to share based on the credentials provided by that certificate. So, and it will format the EIDO accordingly, and it will contain or redact information. So now, and that's basically passed server to server. Now, what is displayed to an agent is basically out of scope. Okay. We do not use DRMs internally to define what an agent permissions are, what they see and cannot see. That has always been out of scope.
Well, but the what you can control what data component gets what in an on an EIDO using your internal policy. But you can't control within that how that's used.
Exactly.
So we can say, well, call handling can get this, but we can't say, well, Amy, when signed into call handling, can get this.
Yeah, that's basically an implementation detail.
Correct.
Okay, that should align with the defined policies elsewhere.
Yeah, agree.
Yeah,
agree 100%. Exactly right.
So, Matt, did you have a comment?
Yeah, I was just going to say too, going beyond sort of what we've talked about in our EIDO management meetings, we're talking about too, what happens when you've got a law enforcement individual who could be an FTO at one time, or can be, you know, talking about a person who might have expanded ability to see more elements because they're taking on an FTO role or whatever, you know. And so we were talking about would those people, you know, just take the higher level role and role modifier at the beginning, and that's what they're just assigned, or can a role change throughout their shift?
so
that became a question. Yep.
yeah, the certificates are intended to be pretty static in that let's say, for example, you've done some training and now you're a dispatcher, your certificate will be updated to show that you have dispatch role. Now if you sign in at the beginning of the day, you start out as a call taker, and then half the day then you become a dispatcher, then that becomes a little more complicated because certificates are not dynamic that way.
So,
And the other
sorry, Dan.
thing is that, as mentioned, basically you are, again, data rights management apply basically server to server as what we define. So the other agency will decide, okay, what the other agency gets to see. Okay, because when one CAD subscribes to another CAD, it will use a agency cert, not agent cert. Okay, so and that will define what one agency will share with the other agency, and now will be internal permissions that we were discussing that will define what an actual agent will get to see at that point in time. And that may not be based on certificates, but basically based on roles, in that they may sign in and as a call taker, and then sign out and sign back in as a dispatcher. Okay, so now the system knows you're a call taker or you're a dispatcher, and will tailor the view you get to see accordingly. But that's not defined by NENA standards.
No, but I want to put that out to all the attendees. Is that overly complex? So going back to the JCM in the fall, I recall there was a comment of, especially at a first pass or phase one of this, essentially either make it on or off. If we make it too complex, are people just not going to use it?
And that's where I'm going to say, let's not boil the ocean. Version 1.0. Let's talk about agency to agency data exchanges, okay, as defined by the standards, and leave it at that, and leave out of scope what agent get to see.
But it makes a difference to me as an agency, whether or not how your agency is set up, because I'm responsible for the information. And if I share that information with another agency, then I need to be able to trust the fact that they've got their system set up so that that information is not going to be released, or that I'm not releasing information to an agency that is releasing, everything.
Yeah, and this is all, and sorry, this is all based on trust, and you don't have a choice. You'll have a mutual aid agreement, and that should specify what data is going to be exchanged, okay, and how it's supposed to be used, okay, so etc. And you must trust that they will abide by that agreement. Technically, there's nothing that you can do to know what they're doing at the other end, short of doing an audit or something, that they are abiding by the agreement.
Well, that's not quite true, because there really isn't a limitation that, say, a subscription is by agency. It could be by agent, and you could enforce it, and there'd be no complexity in doing it that way. But I kind of agree with you that we probably don't want to start that way. That's, I think, boiling the ocean too much, but it would work.
We want the baby to turn over in the crib, not run the mile in 2 minutes.
I'm kind of okay with you, but I'm pointing out that there isn't anything in the standards that says it's an agency that subscribes. It could be an agent that subscribes, in which case the sending agency knows what role the agent has and can make a decision about what they get.
Sure, but again, we still have the concept of our certificates are not dynamic, unless we start issuing number of certificates to agents that can be tailored to what role they have at that time, but basically becomes a nightmare to manage.
I wouldn't do that with certificates, but your point is well taken, that if your role is changing dynamically, certs aren't a way to figure that out.
So unless we want to revisit how we pass.
Bislaki has his hand up, and then Rick had a question in the chat box.
Well, Brian brings up an interesting point that I know that the working group has struggled with, and that is the first thing that's likely to have to be decided by somebody dealing with EIDOs is subscriptions. A subscription can arrive and it's not clear the kind of information that we should expect to see in a subscription request that will allow the agency to decide or to apply policy to determine whether to accept the subscription or not. For example, if it's from an agency, do you get to know anything about the agents or their roles, or even the role of an agency? What kind of information can we tell PSAP managers to look for by policy in a subscription request before they decide to grant or apply?
It's all defined. We've defined the contents of a agency cert, and we've defined the contents of agent certs, so that because those are the credentials that are used for data rights management. So, and you would write your policies based on that information. We can discuss about like non-PCA validated agencies, such as a tow truck company, for example, that may use a commercial certificate. So in that case, then you would just have a permission that allows named such companies to have certain data. So, but it's all defined. The standards are all there, including the STAR 010, which defines what's in the cert, and also the PCA certificate policy.
If you get a subscription request from an agency, do you know the possible roles that you would be exposing to your EIDO?
Yes.
Only by agency, not
agency
by
roles.
Well, agencies have roles, and you know what the roles of the agencies you're exposing to. So you can tell the difference between an EMS agency and a law enforcement agency, and you can have rules about what data you give law enforcement agencies that are different from what you give EMS agencies. If the subscription were by agent, then you could do it by the allowed roles, plural, in their cert. But I'm agreeing with Dan that that's probably too much to do first step. Let's not try to do that.
So Dan or Brian, is there like a block diagram showing those hierarchies? I mean, I know for you folks that are super technical, it's probably glaringly obvious, but I think a picture or a diagram might help make it make sense.
What goes in this diagram so far? The only thing we've talked about is the difference between an agent and its roles and an agency and its roles. And we're saying that, at least to begin with, EIDOs traveling between agencies will use agency roles. And someday we can probably get to use agent roles, but probably not right away. I think that's, again, agreeing with Dan, too much to do to start. Too complicated, too many things to go.
I think Tom Brain had a comment too. I want to give him a chance if he's still.
No, I don't want to complicate things. I think this conversation is focused on between the agencies, because I think that the call handling functional element would be able to filter out things based on the agent user's profile that was built. That would be to Amy's question of, what allows Amy to see everything, but somebody that she works next to who's not in her role, they only get to see certain things. I thought that was going to be a role of the call handling functional element.
So again, that's basically user interface, and we've always said it's out of scope. So
I understand why I took my hand down, but my point is that I wanted others who may not know that that's the concept to know that that's what the expectation is, and that we didn't want to define it.
Actually, Tom, I think that maybe it was just hearing it one more time. I think it clicked for me a bit different. So hopefully that helped others as well. It's just saying it another way from what I think Dan has been saying.
So Dan, excuse me, when you say something's out of scope, if the goal of the group is to give advice or suggestions to PSAP managers and not necessarily a standard, is telling a PSAP manager that any particular topic is out of scope, is that productive, or wouldn't it be
Well,
better to be able to say, this is something that you should work out with your vendor and be careful about, how you're ask the vendor to describe how they do one thing or another. Wouldn't that be more productive than just simply saying it's out of scope? Nothing for us to say about that.
well, my concern is that if we start providing guidance to agencies for functionality that is not standardized, then what are we saying? That we want that functionality to be standardized and defined in FEs that includes, for example, a user interface component, which we've always said was out of scope, or what? Okay, so we need to, in my opinion, our informational standards should remain within the boundaries of the interfaces and functions that we've defined.
Well, one thing that emerged so far in today's call is that the recommendation seems to be don't accept subscriptions from individual agents.
No, we did not say that. What we said was that version 1 of the standard should strictly be about agency to agency subscriptions using agents, and leave that one basically TBD for version 2 or whatever.
Should the group say anything about accepting subscriptions from individual agents?
I think it's fair to mark it as future work.
Consideration.
Yes. And I'd be of the mindset to kind of lay out, just as Tom said, hey, for X, Y, and Z, we're going to look at agency to agency roles. And Mike, as you said, we should say, hey, for things such as X, Y, and Z, you should work with your vendor. I don't think it needs to go deeper than that, but it doesn't make sense if we don't mention that.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is Tom. I think that for me, the main message is, that where we say it and how we say it, can be discussed and decided. But NENA, certainly wants to make sure we give the message to the manufacturer provider pool of developers, that somewhere, and call handling functional element seems to be the place in my mind. Somewhere, someone's got to be able to provide the capability to ensure that this agent's allowed to see certain things and that agent isn't allowed to see those things.
Yeah, and if I understood Brian correctly, that is already kind of baked into the standard, but the definitions of how that's implemented is what needs to be determined. And that's the complex bit that I think we need to do in the second phase. We got to get the agency to agency functionality, hammered out, and then we can look at the next level, which is individual agents within that agency.
Yeah, here's what I think is the thing that I'm not clear on, and maybe people can clear me up. But applying that concept that for version 1 out the gate is going to allow agencies to subscribe to each other, not agents. Okay, so now this agency subscribed to that agency and they've got all their agreements in place, and this agency sends an EIDO containing data to that other agency. How does this agency know what that agency is going to do with it if NENA hasn't said anything about the fact that each agency, the receiving agency, is responsible for filtering the data to be sure they don't show data to people who aren't allowed to see it? Oh, wait for version 2. That doesn't work. Wait for version 2 doesn't work in that time flow.
No, I think we have to spell out those restrictions,
Yes.
that's already captured in the EIDO data structure. And so that's part of.
I don't think NENA has to. I don't think NENA I don't think Nina wants to say, how does the FE do it? And I think that's Dan's point. I think that we've never really strayed that far into this is the way your equipment has to do it. What we've always done is said, this is what your equipment has to be able to accomplish.
Yeah, state the
And
what,
that's
not
what-
the how.
yeah,
Yeah, I
Exactly,
agree
and
with
that's
that.
what, and that's what our FEs define. Excuse me, standardized functionalities and interfaces.
Yeah.
This is Mike. If we can look at a possible worst case, in my opinion, example, if we start off just describing how agencies can subscribe to each other, if in many cases, if an EIDO contains medical information that the sender wants to be sure only people authorized to see medical information can see it, it seems to me that initially, as we're describing, they won't send anything to any agency because they won't know the whether or not the agents who are likely to see that information qualify under the rules of HIPAA or whatever. And EIDOs won't ever be sent because they won't know. They won't know who's qualified to see medical information at the other end. How do you prevent that?
Well, again, we have agency roles, which will specify, for example, that you are EMS or maybe hospital or whatever roles we define that are medical in nature. Okay, so that will let you basically decide if you send medical information or not. Now, again, as mentioned, you will need to trust that other agency that information that you've sent them, okay, is only displayed, shared, whatever, with authorized agents. Okay, and like I said, that is because that's user interface. That is an implementation detail. Again, this is all based on trust. Okay, and that's why we defined the PCA and PKI and everything, so that this trust can be validated or I don't know how to qualify it. But basically, that's what the PCA will do, and the ICAs, etc. They will ensure if you claim that you are an EMS, put EMS in your role in your certificate that you are indeed an emergency medical services dispatch center. You have the duly authorizations and everything before that goes into a certificate. So you can trust that certificate because it was signed by NENA, the NIOC, and PCA. So, and that's where your trust is anchored.
So looking then, if we think of it as we've talked about now as agencies you might have agreements with, and looking through the chat, I think it's touching on that point of what about an agency where you don't have an agreement? If you need to transfer a call from out of state, for instance, my father's having a heart attack. I'm in another state. I call 911. It goes here, and they need to contact elsewhere. So I think it's who you know, who you don't know.
Again, and this is what I've always said, that your policies should have multiple layers to them. Basically, the ones where you have a mutual aid agreement with, and that may go into provide richer data that you send than an agency that you don't have a mutual aid agreement with. But they will also provide a PCA signed certificate, which will specify their roles. And hopefully your policy is not deny all. So basically don't share, but because it is trusted by NENA, okay, and that you can trust that if they say EMS, they are an EMS, and then you will provide some basic level of information because they provide the right credentials. So your policy, as I've always said, needs to have multiple layers to them, and we'll need to start with mutual aid agreement agencies, and then non-mutual aid agreements, but in the same services. Okay, you are an EMS agency and they are an EMS agency, but no mutual aid agreement with them. And then anybody else, and that anybody else very likely is going to be deny all or something. But
Well-
again, that's what your policies, and again, just boiling this body of water for version 1.0 will be significant, but highly useful.
So I think we've come to the conclusion then we'll tackle this from an agency to agency for those that you know to start.
Yeah,
It's kind of fun, yeah. So-
I think that's.
Okay.
right. But
Okay,
let's go on. I don't want to use up all the time. I do think that we probably want to have some discussion, and maybe management is the right place to have that discussion about what we really want to do with outside agencies like tow truck operators. And Dan mentioned that there are two possibilities. The one possibility is that they get a cert from somebody other than the PCA, and we trust them by name. And we trust the entity that gave them the cert to verify that the cert that they got is a valid cert. And that's certainly a reasonable way to go forward. But another way is to give them PCA certs. Why can't we have tow truck operators get PCA certs? Well, that's a management decision, right? There are pros and cons of that. The mechanisms will work regardless. It's not a standards problem. This is a management problem. And you probably want to have a discussion about, well, what do we really want to do for these guys that they're not in the ESINet, but they're connected to it. And both of us, both they and us, need security and knowledge of who we're talking to. And so I think that you need to understand the issues and start making recommendations about whether outside agencies not connected to the ESINet ought to or ought not to get PCA issued certs.
and I think, do we agree that that could be saved for version 2 as well? 'Cause
Yes.
Otherwise, I think, okay.
I mean,
So
I don't
let's-
think you can do that, but you need to think that that's your problem. It's not I3's problem.
Understood.
And nobody's built EIDO stuff for those guys. But someday they will, and our policies need to make sure that we're following in line with implementations. And I really don't think that the tow truck operators will be busting down our doors to try to get EIDOs, but eventually they will, and I want us to be ahead of that. So yeah, probably not version 1, but probably version 1.5 or 2.
Sure.
And
Okay.
I think the tow truck companies are just, placeholder for any other.
Anybody who's outside the ESINet. Hospital is another one, right? Hospital's not in the ESINet, but you want to securely send the EIDOs to them to tell them what to expect.
And
Okay,
again,
I'm
let's be careful when we say not on the ESINet. If you can get to them in IP packet, they are on the ESINet. So.
Well, I
Yes.
understand the
Let's just-
subtlety of what you just
Let's
said.
just table that part so we
Okay.
can jump into the next part. Thanks.
Rick, did you have something you wanted to throw in the mix on that? Or are you
Ma-
just gonna?
Mark, if you keep your mouth shut, folks just think you're stupid.
Okay.
Okay, that's a different one. Okay, jumping into digital signatures, and I think we've kind of touched on some of this, but are digital signatures required?
Yeah, and this kind of came about, we were thinking that it came up in a discussion that maybe we need signatures. And so I think the question is this something that is needed? Did we go down a rabbit hole that we shouldn't have? What are the thoughts here?
We currently don't have signature in EIDOs. There's no signatures in EIDOs currently. You can ask us to put them in and give us a reason, and if there's a good reason, we can add them. There's no reason why we couldn't add the possibility of signing an EIDO. The usual reason why you want to add a signature is non-repudiation, so that no one can claim that an EIDO you have in your hand was not sent by them. The signature will verify for all purposes after the effect that yes, indeed, you sent it to me. Here is your signature. And if you have that problem, if non-repudiation is really an important thing for legal purposes, obviously, then we can talk about signing EIDOs. But currently, there's no mechanism to do it. Easy to add it. Ask us and we can do it given a good reason.
Okay. And I guess the question to the larger group then, is this needed?
That's a legal question. I don't think we can answer that.
And again, let's please have the baby turnover in the crib.
No, I get it, Dan. I'm not suggesting we add this to the version 1. It's just, is this something we need to capture and consider for future work or not?
Definitely your problem. You need to decide whether you need non-repudiation. If you need non-repudiation, you ask us to implement certain signatures and we'll do it.
Okay.
And also, please note that policies are signed. So.
Yes, policies are signed indeed.
Yeah.
So we have a use for digital signatures.
Oh, well, log events are signed.
Yes, agree. But for in EIDO management.
Yeah. I mean, there are several instances in I3 where we have digital signatures. We don't currently include them in EIDOs. We could, given a decent reason. And if you have a decent reason, sure. No, it's hard. It's easy to do. Okay. But it's, it's code and implementation, and things go wrong in administering, and, so don't ask for something you don't really need.
Okay, so from a technical standpoint, some of the pros and cons we discussed were the size and so forth. Is that a concern? Do we need to worry about that?
Not a significant concern. It's just complexity and code and things go wrong because people make mistakes, or humans make mistakes, and they use the wrong identity to do the signature, and then it fails, and then blah 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 blah. You got to go and mess with it. Those things really do happen, so don't ask for something you don't really need. But if you need it, I mean, if there's a legal reason why you need non-repudiation of sending an EIDO, then ask us to add it, and we'll add it.
Okay. I think that's something we'll need to.
I think the whole issue of the digital signatures comes all the way back around to the certificates again, and to the knowing who you're giving information to and who's receiving that information. And that's part of the way to try and make sure all of that is working the way it's supposed to, is by, we're trying to figure out a way to make sure that once the information, once we release information, that it's actually getting to people that we intend for it to get to. Because if what we're releasing information on is based on a certificate, because an agency has a certificate, then we're going to release information to them. Like we had basically the certificate is a mutual aid agreement with everybody. Because NENA has issued this certificate, then we have a mutual aid agreement with everybody that has one of the certificates.
I think that's the wrong way to look at certificates. Certificates are used for authentication. Are you who you say you are? That's what they're useful for. They give you the secondary information, like, are you what kind of agency, so that you can't lie about that. But that's still a variant of are you who you say you are. They're only used for authentication. That's what they are used for, authentication. Now, authentication is part of a digital signature, right? We need to know who you are that is signing. So we authenticate the entity, and we use the cert as part of forming the signature to make sure that you know who signed it, right? That's who did actually sign this. But you should not confuse signatures with certs. Certs are used to identify who you are. Authentication. You need that for signatures, but it's a secondary. It's a related problem, not a direct problem. And the reason to have a signature is non-repudiation. There's really, given our current implementation, there's no other good reason.
Okay. Etienne, you had a comment?
Yes, about digital signature for EIDO. I
Mhm.
don't see the signature as being part of the EIDO JSON structure. I think it should be part of the message that are exchanged as part of as the EIDO conveyance. So
That might be the right way to do it, but it just, first we have to have a reason to think about what we're signing, and then we can deal with the where does it go.
Exactly.
Yeah, I
Let's
think
find.
some of the history here is that the question came up is like when you send send an EIDO to someone, how do you know they've received it? And that's where I think the first thought of, well, they just signed that they've received it. Then you know it's been received. And if that's redundant and not needed, then we can close the signature discussion.
yeah, then again, that would be part of conveyance.
Right, right.
If, yes, that's different. Signing an EIDO is not signing a receipt for an EIDO. That's the guy who signs the EIDO said, this is the EIDO that I sent you, and no one else, and I can't go back and claim that that isn't the EIDO I sent you.
Oh,
But
I see.
the receipt of that is a different problem.
Yeah.
Okay.
And the conveyance standard is secure and reliable. So there are acknowledgements, okay, sent over the channel so that you know they've received, you know, the other end has received the EIDO, okay? But again, the other end is a computer. So now, if you want to know who has looked at that data, okay, then that's another problem that we can decide if we need resolved or not. And I hope not, at least at first. But there are the channel that is used to exchange this data is highly secured, highly reliable. Okay, user certificates so that you know who you are exchanging this data with. Okay, and at the beginning you vetted their credentials and you are tailoring your EIDOs accordingly. So, yeah, it's digital signatures may not be the answer here, but before finding a solution, we need to know what the problem is.
Okay. Well, I think, the work group needs to go back and reconsider this. It sounds from this discussion like our consensus was potentially incorrect here. Just adding the signature for no good reason. So I think, good point, Brian, that if we need non-repudiation, then that's probably the only valid reason to add a digital signature is kind of what I'm hearing.
To the EIDO, yeah.
Yeah. Brandon?
Yeah, I think we do have a period maybe later on where we where we sign more and more things, close to being just about everything. I think that's more of a future use case though, especially with PCA traceable credentials. If you want to sign with some other outside signing cert, you can buy one and have your agency validated by, DigiCert or GoDaddy or whomever for a few $100. But I don't think there is immediate utility to doing it that way, right? Because you're just using an outside cert and there's no additional value really. But PCA traceable certs for things, especially and including like the EIDO and maybe some records, that's definitely a place I think we will get to eventually.
Okay.
There is a lot of utility in that, especially for interoperability purposes, trusting data that you retrieve from another agency, that kind of thing, above and beyond the authentication of the transaction, of course.
Right. Chain of command or chain of evidence and those sorts of things. So, okay.
I mean, that is why we got to signing the log events, right? They're the legal thing, so we sign them. At least you can. It isn't a requirement.
All right. Well, let's move on to the next item. These last two items are kind of the work group's requests for input, and I know we've already had some discussions about the IDX. But we wanted to try to capture, any other impacts that the management work group would see from IDX. And conversely, is there any input that the folks working on IDX need from EIDO management to help develop that?
Well, I mean, I3 has completely defined version 1 of the IDX, and it'll appear in version 3.1 of STA 1.0. So there is a complete definition of how the IDX works. It would always be useful to get feedback on whether the mechanism, and specifically the mechanism for controlling the coalescing algorithm, is adequate to the task. But it's a non-trivial thing, so it's going to need advice and tooling to manage. And again, I think there's a role for management in there in talking, and advising PSAP management how to provision the IDX to get the right thing, and possibly discussing tooling related issues and maybe they feed into the RFC work.
Okay.
But if the vendor doesn't give you any tools to manage the coalescing project, then you're stuck doing it all manually, and we hope that doesn't happen. And that's a bad vendor, and you shouldn't have to put up with that.
Okay, good point.
We're not waiting for anything from you, I'll tell you that.
No, I wasn't expecting you were, but we're just wanted to offer if
No, I think looking at what we did and commenting on whether or not it's adequate, or what suggestions you might have for improvements, or that kind of stuff, and thinking about how we're going to train management, PSAP management, into provisioning it.
Yeah, and I think some of the discussion that we had earlier about managing what information flows, that's part of what we've been working on. And so we can just kind of take it to the next level. Now it's got to flow instead of through an IDX. Is there another layer of management we need to consider? And so how does it just carry through one or the other?
I definitely think there is. I think there is.
Okay. All right. Any other questions, comments? The last item was the discrepancy reports. Dan brought this up in one of our work group meetings, and we talked about it for a little while, and then got off on other things, and it seemed like it was still an open item, and kind of like, where does this belong? Is this something we need to consider in our working group, or is this
there is, I don't think there is an EIDO discrepancy report yet.
No, there's not.
There's not, and that's kind of the issue.
Yeah. So do we want to have a mechanism for an agency to let another agency know that their data reported in the IDO is erroneous? And if so, how? Leverage discrepancy report, create a new mechanism. Okay. Yeah. But in my opinion, I think this is something we need to address.
So this is continuation from the prior discussion.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Right. I do think that I think that's a great subject. As I said, I think it's a really good idea. I do think you probably want to differentiate between in the moment you seem to have bad data, you might want to think about fixing it. And after the fact, we're reporting a discrepancy that probably requires investigation and maybe long-term remediation. The discrepancy report mechanism we have is aimed at the latter, and probably has a point, has a role in an EIDO, right? And if you're getting bad EIDOs, can be bad in a lot of different ways, not just erroneous information, but, missing information or, I don't know. There's could be lots of things bad about an EIDO, and you might want to report that in an after action kind of way. And then there's also the thing that Dan was talking about earlier, which is, look, you're claiming the guy is white, and we all know he's black. We've been chasing him on foot for the last 10 minutes. That's a slightly different thing. Maybe does use the same mechanism. I don't know. That's a technology question. Should we use the same mechanism for online real-time stuff? DRs are offline. People process, multiple days to respond, give me a status update, that kind of thing. But we could fix that, or we could change it, or we could add a new mechanism for online real-time kind of stuff. I don't know. I mean, I'm not trying to prejudice an answer here. I think the notion that you need something online real-time is a good one. We should do that.
Yeah, but how usable is it? That's what you got to think about from the operational viewpoint. Do they have time to respond like that? And is the information that they're giving the other agency useful to them?
Mike, do you have a comment?
Yeah, question. If a subscription gets rejected, is that likely to need a discrepancy report? Or if not, what would be the likely process for handling rejected subscriptions?
Definitely a DR thing. That's a very good example of where you would want a DR. You rejected my subscription. That's bad. Because in order to fix it, they've got to change their policy. That's a management action. You have to go into the policy editor and edit the policy and change it, and then, update the policy in the policy store, and that ripples through. That can be done in minutes, but it is not an automated anything. It's a manual thing. But I think that's an excellent example of a DR that's needed.
Yeah, and that's a typical use of DRs. It's just fixing provisioning data.
Exactly correct. But we don't have it, and we need to add it. So, write a note to, but a follow-up from this discussion is we absolutely need a discrepancy report for a subscription was not honored, or,
Yeah, maybe Conveyance 1.1 could address that.
Yeah, absolutely. Dear Henry.
The real-time data updates, I think that's still an open question.
That's a different problem requiring more different people to work on a different. I mean, we might leverage the same mechanism. I don't know, but
yeah,
that's an outcome of the work already. We've captured that, and we should go work on that.
Yeah,
us the IDO guys.
I'm leaning towards Mike's idea that maybe this is not something that needs to be fixed. It's a real time gets captured in the log and somehow gets distributed.
No, I mean, there is currently no DR for EIDOs. We clearly came up with one specific, which is the subscription was refused. There are probably others. That's work for I3 and or Conveyance to do.
Yeah. Okay. I think, I don't know where we are on time, but that's kind of the main things that we had.
We did it with 4 minutes to spare.
Yay, 4-minute break.
Hardly, mister. You stay in that seat.
we got stuff from last year that we could bring up if you wanted to.
Nope.
Okay. Thanks, everyone. Thanks, Sandy.
Okay, Mr. Smith, Mr. Blackwell, are you ready to get started?
Yeah, I will log in from my desktop and get that all.
Okay, so Diane will stop sharing, and there you go. This is an EIDO day. You ever had questions about EIDO? Today was the day to join.
Well, that makes sense. CIDO, crosses a lot of groups, so that makes sense.
And I've always struggled with the concept, but I think today, much like Diane, there were some conversations today that helped connect some dots for me.
And they are the fundamental underpinning, in my opinion, of NG public safety, more than just NG 911.
I agree. The agent agency conversation brought some clarity to me about it being roles based and the role of the EIDO. I'm sorry, Michael, I'm just yammering until you're ready, sir.
Keep yammering, not bother me.
And with respect to roles, we'll go in deep on that. We have a more dedicated session. Because in building the public key infrastructure, where we've actually, and in ICE events with prototype PCA certs, we've run into some practical issues, and have feedback to groups.
So as we see, everything is in everything.
And I think the roles one is tomorrow, correct, Brandon?
I hope so, because Brooks and I don't have our slides yet.
Oh, I did that. No. I didn't. I heard nothing.
And no one here heard that either. You had a deadline.
Yeah, it's at 12:45, I think. ET. Okay, hold on a second. I'll share the slides in a second. I'm getting these other things open, like the chat and the participants and so forth. And I saw in the first session there was an awful lot of chatting going on. It was kind of hard to keep up with it. But Rick's going to help me by watching that stuff and interrupt me when we need to bring something up. I also noticed that people were having sidebar conversations on the chat, which were about the topic. And that was a little bit hard to keep up with, but Rick's going to watch those things and interrupt when somebody's making a point that hasn't been covered yet, because we don't want to miss that. So feel free to use the chat, and we'll keep up as best we can. I am your huckleberry. I'm your huckleberry. Yeah, you got to say it right. Come on. That's like my wife's favorite line from that movie, and that's one of our favorite movies because of that line. And now, here, interesting thing about that, there was some controversy about whether he was supposed to say, "I'm your hucklebearer" or "I'm your huckleberry." A hucklebearer is somebody who carries your coffin. So it has a little bit of a different meaning, but really that was the intent of what he was saying, right? He was trying to tell Ringo, hey, I'll be the one to carry your coffin, sir. Okay, I think we're ready to go. Let me see. I didn't share my slides yet. Let me try that. I know I can do this. I have multiple monitors going here, so I should be sharing now. What do you think? You are. Oh boy, thank goodness. Okay, now, okay, so this session is updates needed for the EIDO frequently asked questions, knowledge-based document. We're going to explain what that is. For those of you that may not have seen it, many of you are familiar with it, but it's out of date. We know it's out of date. So what we're going to discuss today is what needs to be updated, and we're kind of going to go through there and mark things that need to be corrected or whatever. And we also want to make sure that everybody's familiar with what's in the document and what it's good for. Excuse me while I adjust my microphone here. All right, so session facilitators, I asked one of the co-chairs of each of the 5 families to fill in as a session participant, and they're just going to basically represent their group. That doesn't mean that other members from their group can't speak up. We're going everybody to speak up. But we got Brian Rosen from the I3 Architecture Group, myself from PSAP, and Rick is taking notes here. Etienne Paquet from the EIDO JSON Group, Amy from the EIDO Management Group, and we volunteered Henry Unger for the EIDO Conveyance Group because We asked him on the last NGPSAP call and he didn't respond, so we figured he was okay with it. So at any rate, as I said, if you're on one of those groups, you're a stakeholder in this. Tom Breen, I think, invented the name of the 5 families, and those are the 5 working groups that had that were stakeholders in EIDO work because they were, heavily dependent upon it for their standard and so forth. And so essentially, we produced this EIDO frequently asked questions document when the EIDO was just getting underway, when it was just beginning to be under development. So we had a pretty good idea of what the EIDO was going to do and how some things were going to work, but they hadn't been specified yet. So keep in mind the stuff that you're going to be seeing in this frequently asked questions document is badly out of date in some cases and may not apply anymore. But today what we want to do is identify and discuss the existing frequently asked questions document, identify and discuss the new frequently asked questions that should be added, and remove any existing frequently asked questions that are no longer needed or don't apply. First of all, I want to point out this this website, kb.nena.org. If you're not familiar with that, that's the NENA knowledge base. I want to recognize Mike Vizlaki in particular for many years of driving this effort to get this up and running. And I know he and Cheryl have done a lot of the administrative work on there. I don't know if there are others also have helped with that, but whoever they are, thank you to all of you. I would like people to click on that and take a look at it. I'm going to show you right now. I put a link on my browser because I use it fairly regularly. There's a lot of good information here. The NENA glossary is here, and that's kept up to date. There's instructions on here for NENA development group members and all that sort of stuff, and for work group chairs and that sort of thing. If you go on to this link and actually just type in EIDO in the search window, it usually does it. Oh, I spelled it wrong. EIDO. It will give you a suggestion. One of those suggestions is the EIDO IDX frequently asked questions.
Hey, Michael,
This is it.
You got Brandon with his hand up, brother.
Already?
Already. We must have said something contentious.
He said, aren't we all one big family? Yeah, we are. But these 5 groups, they're kind of like the mafia, they're the ones that are always making trouble, right?
Yeah, I put my hand up to call attention to a couple of recent developments specifically related to this, right?
Okay.
So DSC has ruled that knowledge base will store the authoritative NENA glossary. So that will always be up to date, and we won't maintain like a separate annual or semi-annual PDF document anymore. In terms of like locking definitions to a current vintage of the NENA study guide or something, I haven't really figured out exactly what to do with that, but with the platform that the knowledge base is on, it's pretty easy to like filter a search by date or something, but that's a to-do item that we need to get out there. The other item you might notice by the URL is that the knowledge base is now, like officially hosted through NENA. The actual instance of the software is through a third-party provider, but it is kb.nena.org, which is meaningful in a couple of ways, but it's easier to remember. I remember there was always a debate for years, like, oh my gosh, these people are running a wiki with NENA's branding. So I think that issue should be very clearly settled at this point.
Well, yeah, one other thing I did want to mention is that you can post a comment on here, but I think you might have to create an account. Let me see. I'm not logged in right now, so yeah, it looks like discussion is not available to me at the moment. No, it is. So yeah, I guess you are currently not able to participate. You can try logging in. Okay. So that's another thing I want to mention. You may find mistakes in this information. It could be just editing mistakes or whatever. It could be something important. And you can post a comment if you create an account. So up here in the right-hand corner, you say create an account. I do have an account there and I have posted comments on there. To post a comment, you just click on discussion and then you start a discussion and somebody will respond typically. And, you know, it may take a little time or whatever, but you at least can register. If you see something wrong, you can register with the managers that you saw something that you thought was not correct. But at any rate, the reason I wanted people to open this document is that as we discuss the EIDO frequently asked questions, I'm going to be using the a Word version that was created from the published EIDO information document. I'm sorry, the published EIDO frequently asked questions information document, which is posted on NENA.org. This document is substantially the same, but I have noticed a couple of differences. So maybe some edits have been made since the publishing of the information document. That's going to have to all be resolved as we correct the EIDO frequently asked questions document. But at any rate, the reason I'm doing it with the Word version of the published document is so that we can make edits and make comments in there. And it's not something that, you know, I can use track changes in that, and I can't really do that in this on this web page. But at any rate, those edits are not going to be the edits. In other words, we're going to make notes and we may make edits in there just to note that we want to change something. But all of that work is going to have to be done by a working group. And that working group, I think, still exists, but has been inactive. I forget what we called it, but EIDO Concerns Working Group or something like that. Basically, if you're a member of one of the existing working groups, like I3 or PSAP or management or conveyance or whatever, you will automatically be a member of this working group because you're a member of one of the 5 families. And the last time that when we developed this document, there was a fairly small number of people that actually participated in developing a document, but everybody who was in all of those 5 working groups saw all the emails and had the opportunity to participate and so forth. And I think we want to do the same thing here. So we have, you know, wide dissemination of what we're doing, and everybody can contribute to, well, I think, you know, people are asking me this question. I think this ought to be on the list.
Hey, Michael.
Yes, sir.
This is the first time that I've ever thought Vislocky's background was bad, because I couldn't see his hand up, man. Over that nice background he's got his hand up, man.
I see it there, Mike. Mike, speak up here.
Well, I just want to a couple of things. The preferred method of pointing out mistakes is to click on the left menu where it says contact us, rather than putting in a discussion thing. If you see something wrong with anything on the knowledge base, we would prefer that you click on the contact us page and follow one of those 3 links below in terms of getting in touch with us to help us fix things that are wrong. We're not currently monitoring the discussion tabs because there are so few people subscribed and so few people using it that it's currently not very active. But the contact us is the best choice. That's all I had to say.
Okay. Yeah, great. Good point. I didn't know about that, and that's good to know. Okay, so if you have comments about this current, well, I got to get back to where I was. The current EIDO FAQ, well, it's going to change because we know it's wrong. And that's what we're going to discuss today. I'm now going to switch to the Word document. Let me say, well, let's go through the rest of this stuff. We're going to talk about why was the frequently asked questions created, who are the 5 families who did that, why do we need to update it now because it's wrong. We're going to edit a Word version of the document to take advantage of the markup features and so forth. And when we're done, if we have time, we'll give you a chance to ask questions. So now what I'm going to do, I need to exit that and share the Word document.
While you're doing that, this is Mike again. I think Sandy will I'm pretty sure Sandy would tell you there's nothing automatic about the roster of the group that's now called EIDO, NIDX concerns. I think it's currently going to have to be manually managed.
Yeah, I will be able to upload. So once the rosters are clean for the 5 families, I'll be able to upload that roster and clean out whoever is not supposed to be there. But it will have to be managed by the group leaders from there on out. It's not an automatic for that.
Michael, you got Dan with his hand up, brother.
Yeah, that's really sad news, Sandy. No, thank you. All right, something else to manage. Hey, Dan, what do you got to say there?
Well, I just want to reiterate what I posted in chat in that call processing metrics was one of the original families, okay? And it wasn't i3 architecture. So please remember to include this working group and this and for this new revamp of the membership of the EIDO concerns thingamajig. So,
Yeah.
and it's now 6 families that are in interest in the IDOs.
That's the other one that I couldn't remember. You are absolutely correct. And I should note that the intent of the call processing metrics group is to reform and start working on incident processing metrics. So it's going to be like, very finely intertwined with what's in this document.
Yeah, and
All right, so-
coincidentally, we just talked about that on the work in the mailing list of working group today. That it's time to resume our work.
So I want to try to get through these things and just kind of talk about each of the frequently asked questions, and you all can say, yeah, that one still applies, or no, that one doesn't apply anymore. It needs to be corrected. Right? I'll just make a note of it, and the work will be done later on. One thing I did notice in the introduction to this document says the EIDO refers to JSON, blah, blah, blah. The EIDO specification and development is based on NENA APCO, blah, 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 EIDO information document. That should be EIDD information document. However, it occurred to me, since the EIDO is now published, maybe the fact that it was originally based on the EIDD information document is no longer relevant, and we should remove that reference. What do you all think?
Yes, remove the reference. It's way too
Yes.
confusing.
Yes.
Okay, so I'm just going to say remove the reference. Anybody disagree? You still will be able to see the EIDD information document on nena.org until it's removed, and it
Yes,
has
that's
not been removed. And if somebody was really interested, they would be able to discover, the chain of documents that ended up creating the EIDO in the end. At any rate, the answers shown here are based on the point in time when they were provided, based on the then current applicable specifications. One of the things that's going to have to be corrected is now some of these specs have been published, so that's going to change. All the answers are subject to change, so we're going to change them, and NENA will endeavor to keep it in sync, and that's what we're doing now. So what I'd like to do is just kind of go through some of these things and take a look at the frequently asked questions. Let's look at the next page here. This is where they start. What is an EIDO? And it uses the NENA Master Glossary definition. I think this is actually the complete NENA Master Glossary definition that's current. I don't know if it should just point to the definition in the knowledge base.
just point to the definition so that if it changes, we don't have to update it.
I think I like that. In the next cell, it's why do we need EIDOs, and it mentions functional elements and points to the master glossary definition. And unfortunately, it's a bad link because it points to the old NENA wiki thing, which has been replaced by kb.nena.org. But I don't think that one changed, or that the need for that fact changed. Go ahead.
And we won't be referring to something called the NENA Master Glossary anymore.
And it's called what now? NENA Knowledge Base?
NENA Knowledge Base.
Okay.
Hold on, we have a glossary, right? It's just at the knowledge base.
Well, you could call it the glossary on NENA knowledge base, or you could call it the NENA knowledge base glossary, but it's not the master glossary. The word master isn't used.
Okay, that works for me.
Hey, Michael, you got Pierre with his hand up, man.
Pierre, speak up.
Yeah. Could you spell out EOC unless you spell it out before?
Yeah, that is important. I think the intent there was to refer to Emergency Operations Center. Was that it? Guys, I don't remember where that abbreviation came from or why we included it.
Yeah, Emergency Operations Center.
That was my presumption. Send incident data to Emergency Operations Center, tow truck operations, utilities, and even news organizations. And maybe by emergency operations centers, they're talking about emergency management agencies, you think?
This is Mike. What we would typically do for that sort of thing is EOC is already a defined term in the glossary, and all you'd have to do is easily put a link there so that it's linked. And if you wanted to see the complete definition of EOC, you just click on it.
Yeah, so let's just make the decision. We're going to do this for all of these. Let me see. I'll just put a comment on here. Say,
I just did a search. That's emergency operation centers.
Okay. Link to all. I can't say. Let's just say glossary definitions.
We're backing up, Michael. If Pierre's done, his hand's still up, then we move to Tom Breen and Mark Hanna.
Okay, Tom Breen.
I was just gonna, I'm almost late here. When you talked about the fact that the link is bad, any of the links that are in this document that we're pointing at the old knowledge base will all be bad, but you should be able to change them with a global change.
Right.
That's all.
Okay. And who we got? Mark?
Yeah, on the Emergency Operations Center, I think there's a definition for Emergency Communication Center, ECC. Right. And I don't know if that's a discrepancy between APCO and NENA, or if that needs to be considered.
Yeah, ECC is a joint definition that was arrived at by APCO and NENA and at least one other organization. I can't remember which. Right. Maybe then. But at any rate, they agreed on that definition, and it's actually broader than PSAP. It deals with any agency that deals with emergency communications, and that will include radio communication, dispatch, all that sort of thing.
And I'm wondering if that shouldn't be the term that we use here.
Well, I think if you're talking about an ECC, you want to use that term. If you're talking about a PSAP, you want to use PSAP.
We have to be careful here specifically because the existing standards literature has the PSAP as a defined function with defined technical elements that are standardized. Right. When we mean that. The Emergency Communication Center term and concept, it is not like standardized as a specific thing, with documented standardized interfaces with API definitions and all that. So we need to be specific when we mean the technical thing that does the stuff that all of the standards at IETF, FATIS, 3GPP, NENA, describe something called a PSAP as doing.
Yeah, but EIDO is definitely wider than a PSAP.
Mm-hmm.
But is Emergency Operations Center defined in standards?
Not this way.
This is a list of examples. You could have ECC, comma, EOC, comma. You could have anything you want for the examples on where you would send an EIDO. And they're both of those, ECC and EOC, are both defined in the glossary.
Right.
I mean, I might regret saying this, but I do sometimes think NGPSAP should just be called NGECC sometimes. based on the stuff it does, right? It's far beyond the concept of, a PSAP.
I call
Hey,
it
but-
NG Public Safety.
Yeah, it could be by the time we're done with that standard that these will be called something completely different.
Yeah.
All right.
Hey,
Looking decades into the future. Yes, sir.
Michael, Ernie is saying, he's asking a question. I thought number one was just going to be reference to the glossary. Why are we trying to change it?
Well, wait a second. Wait, let's go back to look at number one. Yeah, we're not trying to change it. I think he was just making a point about the existing text there and should we actually refer to ECCs in our list of examples. I don't care. I mean, that's really up to the working group. What we're really trying to do here is to identify the things that need to be pulled out or things that need to be added or things that are just wrong. And just make a note of that because we're not doing the work ourselves today. All right, down to number 3 now. Several documents where the specs and requirements related to EIDOs are published or being developed. All that needs to be updated. I think we don't have to discuss that because many of these have been published and hadn't been at the time that this document was written. Number 4, what kind of information is in an EIDO? Let's take a look at this. It might be important. An EIDO contains information about a single incident, including the calls related to the incident. Oh yeah, this is a great one. I remember. The responders assigned to the incident, the participants and vehicles involved in the incident, etc. EIDOs will often include the caller's information like name, number, and location. EIDOs can also include agents' notes, information about responder equipment, agencies involved in the incident, and lots of other incident information. You can find details on all the kinds of information that can be transferred in an EIDO in the EIDO information document. And obviously that link is wrong and it's not that document, but we'll correct that. I think that's a pretty good description of what kind of information is in an EIDO. Does somebody have a different opinion? All right. Is there a standard JSON schema for the EIDO? Yes, there is now. So we got to change that and put a link to the document there. It'll be the same as the link in the previous cell when we correct it. Number 6, what is the relationship between an incident record and an EIDO? An incident record is an internal representation of the incident information. It's typically proprietary to an agency system. An EIDO is an external representation of the current state of an incident as known by the sending FE, or as Mike was pointing out, as believed by the sending FE. So that probably can be improved. I won't make a note of it, but I think the working group, may change that a little bit. It probably needs to be more clear that the EIDO is a data format. It's a container for sending incident information from one system to another. And if that helps for people to not believe that the EIDO contains the EIDO is a record of the information. It's really, it's a data record, I guess you could say that, but it's temporary. It's used just to get the information from one place to the other. And then what the other place does with the information is defined by that other implementation. Number 7, does the user have to push a send EIDO button to send EIDOs to other systems? This is a good one. Now, keep in mind that this frequently asked questions document, it's useful to both technical people and operational people, and operational people may not, they think differently, right? They're thinking about what do I have to do in order to make something happen? And oftentimes the systems do things on their own to help the user. And one of those things that a system can do is to send an EIDO when the user does something that updates the status of the incident. So there are pushes from EIDO, and indeed in at least some case, an agent might do something that causes an EIDO to get pushed to somewhere, but a lot of them are sent automatically simply because the user has entered some data or some data has come in that changed the state of the incident. And the answer we have here is no, the system sends EIDOs to other systems when the incident state changes, whether because a user entered something or because a system received automated data like a location of an assigned unit. For user entered information, there may be a save or commit change button, but it's really the fact that the incident state has changed that triggers EIDOs being sent rather than the button push.
Michael, you got Dan with his hand up.
Uh-oh, Dan's going to correct me. Go ahead.
Well, no, I think we need to make a clarification because we do have in EIDO 1, Advanced 1.1, the concept of a push, which is basically a unsolicited message being sent, which is a request for service, a request for awareness, or a request for resources, which we call a push. So we need to distinguish between the fact that does the agent needs to manually trigger an EIDO to go out, for example, which is incorrect, okay, versus when dealing with the incident and we want to let somebody else involved, and then we send a push.
All right. Yeah, I'll make a note of that. So that can be added to this. Okay. Any other questions or comments about 7? Okay, how are EIDOs generated? An EIDO is a data object, a JSON data object. Specifically, EIDOs are generated by software in response to changes in incident status. Some EIDOs may be generated as a result of human action, like choosing a responder in a dispatch system. Some may be generated automatically, like a change in a responding vehicle's location determined by an AVL system. EIDOs will not be displayed to users directly. Some user interface may or may not change in response to receipt of an EIDO, but that depends on the function of the user interface and its implementation. EIDOs are computer-to-computer notifications of incident state, as known or believed by the sender at the time it was sent. They are standardized to allow call to dispatch, CAD to CAD, CAD to responder, PSAP to EOC or ECC, or any other systems from multiple vendors to interoperate where incident state is exchanged. So I think that's a pretty good answer. Those of you that are kind of operationally oriented, does that make sense to you? Do you understand what's trying to be conveyed there? I'll get to you in a second, Dan, if you still have your hand up.
And Michael, is they on the third line from the bottom of that? Is that EIDOs are standardized? Is that what that is?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep. Yeah, we can correct that easily. That's more like editing. Well, you have to participate in the work, Rick. So
Yep.
I guess I'll put a note on that. Anybody have questions or comments about this one?
Yeah, so down here, CPE, then we change that to like CHS or something?
Yes, please.
Okay, sure. Do you want to say call handling system like CHS or do you want to say CHFE?
No, not CHFE, not
No.
CHFE.
System,
Okay.
I think, is good, don't you?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I could just do this here. Let's see. Well, we have to spell it out anyway. Call handling system. Let's just say that. All right. Number 9. Is an EIDO a complete record of the call or something less? No, an EIDO represents the state of an incident, which may have 0 or more calls associated with it. An EIDO also represents the state of an incident at the time it was sent, as known or believed by the system or agency that sent it. And then it points you to EIDO fact number 10, which says, if an EIDO is not a complete record of the call, how does that look? An EIDO only includes incident information as known by the FE that is generating the EIDO at the time it was sent. If there's a change in the state of an incident, that change is included in a new EIDO. The EIDO has no incident history, and as we often say, that's in the logger. So just so everybody knows, all the EIDOs you sent and currently all the EIDOs that are received are logged. So you can go back and look at the history of incident changes and see where changes in state were made and so forth and logged by everyone. And we do have text in the NG PSAP document that says you have to log a state in incident change, even if a change in incident state, even if you didn't send an EIDO. That's to handle the case where you may have some big system that's really communicating internally and not sending external EIDOs. We want to know all of those incident changes, even if an EIDO wasn't sent.
Yeah, and that's one of the topics that was brought up today in call processing metrics, in that we need to define these incident processing events that would trigger an EIDO if there was any outside subscriptions, so that they get logged.
Yeah, at one point, and I'm going back probably 4 JCMs or something, at least probably before the COVID thing, so at least 2019 or before, we had a discussion about that, and I think we were probably working on this document. And eventually in the NGPSAP working group, we decided, well, anything that changes, anything in any of these EIDO components is a change in incident state. Therefore, we consider that a significant step, and you have to log it.
Agreed.
And if you have to log it, then those events are available as incident processing metrics, and they have all kinds of useful uses, I think.
Yeah, but again, what we've discussed is that one should not have to look at logs and between 2 EIDO logs to try to infer what was changed to know what happened with the processing of the incident, but there should be some defined incident processing events, such as incident location created, incident location updated or something. These incident state change log events, like we have for call state change log events. So
right, yeah, I understand. I think that was brought up by Tony Dunsworth on the metrics list. It's really like, defining more high level reports and stuff. And I always thought that was the job of the vendor that was creating the reporting system. Some will do it better than others. We could define some, but we would want to leave the impression to people that whatever we defined is a complete set, because I don't think we could define what that is.
well, we can define the most important incident processing events. And again, I think that this is rabbit hole for this current topic.
Yeah,
but, yeah.
And Michael, Tony's got his hand up, brother.
Oh, Tony, there you go. What do you got?
Since you just invoked me and woke me up, no, I'm kidding. I agree that I think a lot of that has to be that the details of reports and everything should be something that each individual PSAP works out with the vendor and whatnot. But I think, like Dan said, and this is where I was coming from, we can develop some high level suggestions or some high level ideas that then can be pulled together to come up with where do you want to go from here, but kind of high level things that would allow us the opportunity to say, these are examples of things you can do with this type of data.
Okay, now go back down your rabbit hole. Okay, yeah, that is a discussion for another group. Let's see if we can get through some more. See if we can get through more of these. Number 11, is an EIDO only a snapshot in time that carries data from one point to the other? Yes, I like that answer. It's very clear. Does anybody not understand what it's saying? Okay, does the EIDO accumulate the entire data exchange record? No, the accumulation of the entire data exchange record for an agency is located in the agency's logger. So you could go back and look at all the EIDOs that were logged, and you could determine when things changed and so forth. And a single EIDO, as we said, is just a snapshot. Number 13, how does an FE or an agency get an EIDO? Okay, the EIDO Conveyance Working Group wrote the standards, they're done now, and define how EIDOs are sent. The current draft text provides several mechanisms, including a push mechanism, where the FE that creates the EIDO sends it to some other FE without any prior action by the recipient. This is used in, for example, a typical dispatch operation where the sending FE, for example, the call handling, sends an EIDO to, for example, a dispatch FE to request dispatch. The sender includes in the EIDO what it knows about the incident, and the recipient does whatever it believes is appropriate for that incident. We're going to have to edit some of this text, I think, but that's, we don't have to do anything other than know that it's going to be reviewed and edited. There is also a proposed poll operation where the receiver asks in advance with a subscription mechanism to receive EIDOs based on a filter specification. The subscription mechanism is typically used to get periodic updates of incident state as an incident progresses. It can also be used to inform an agency of new incidents opened by the sender that match a set of criteria specified in the subscription. And as I recall, all of that mechanism survived. Isn't that correct, Henry? Or okay.
It sort of leaves out some important details. I think there are two kinds of subscriptions. One is a provisioning type subscription where an agency is related to each other, want to subscribe to each other for either all or most EIDOs. But then if you receive a push EIDO and you don't have a relationship with the sender, then you do a sort of an incident-based subscription where you say, I want everything else for this incident. And I don't know that we get into that here, but
right.
Yeah, that you've confused that mechanism. That isn't right. But I don't know. I don't know if we want it here. There are two kinds of subscriptions. One gets you one EIDO for every new incident that matches a filter that you express. The other gets you all updates to an incident.
Right. That's what I described the first thing that you said as a provisioning type subscription, because it's not a specific incident related subscription. It's those that match the filter. But if you receive an incident and you want everything for that incident later on, whether or not you have a relationship with the sender, you can do another kind of subscription.
Well, even if you have the between two agencies with a relationship, you will subscribe for all new one, and then you will need to subscribe for individual incidents if you want to know the updates. So the subscribing to individual is not restricted to agencies that don't have a relationship with each other.
That's right. Exactly right.
Hey, I wonder about something. If this thing were more of a bullet list for, the mechanisms that were created, like the push and the subscription and et cetera, and had like a use case that was familiar to people for when that mechanism was used, do you think that would be more informative to people reading this document?
I mean, it's not a fact.
Right. Yeah, here's the thing. How does an agency get an EIDO? And then you could maybe just be concise, by subscribing for a known incident or subscribing for all incidents of a type or, based on a filter. Maybe something that's more concise and bullet oriented. I'm just thinking this is it's very narrative style, and it may not be as clear to somebody if they're just trying to get a quick answer to this question.
All depends on how much detail you want to provide and what the reader is looking for. To me, what we have here is acceptable because we just don't answer, subscribe, push, and dereference, because obviously to the non-initiated, it won't give them a lot of details. So what we have here, to me, is quite acceptable, other than update to mention that we are now these are now published standards.
Unless we publish an INF or some other expanded treatment, this has to do, and I don't mind a little embellishment if it helps fill in some blanks for people.
Agree.
Okay.
And
Next
maybe
one,
management, the EIDO management document will act as the as the informational document for EIDOs and
Yeah.
include a lot of this stuff.
We hope so.
Okay. Number 14, if an EIDO is only a snapshot in time, where are the EIDO transactions logged? And they're logged in loggers. When they're sent, to get history, query the logger of the sender. It actually, you could query the logger of the recipient too, if you're gonna, the way the I3 text reads about the EIDO right now is you log it when you send it, you log it when you receive it. And I don't think we ever relaxed that. We talked about perhaps, relaxing that requirement so you wouldn't have to log on the recipient end or something, or wouldn't have to log on the sending end. I don't remember which it was. But currently, yeah, you could query either of them. It says a sender's logger is authoritative. Okay, I guess that's fine with me. Number 15, does an EIDO have a complete history of the incident at the time it is first generated and then only updates after that? Let's read this one. We're going to make sure it's correct. An EIDO represents the state of an incident known by the sender at the time the EIDO was sent. The EIDO is a snapshot in time, not a complete history. If the recipient uses the subscription mechanism, then whenever the state changes sufficiently, the sender will create a new EIDO and send it. That updates the incident at the recipient. At present, the draft conveyance text expects each EIDO contain the entire state of the incident as known by the sender and not changes to the state. And that is still true. Okay. If the recipient needs to know what happened before an EIDO was sent, they get it from a logger. If they need to know the state after an EIDO was sent, they subscribe to the incident at the sender and they will get new EIDOs when the state changes. I think all of that is still true.
I'm not crazy about that grammar about that updates the
Right.
incident at the recipient.
Right, right. Yeah, that can be corrected. That's, another one of those where it's not clear what that means. Okay. Number 16, go ahead.
Michael, a question about, we mentioned it several times about they can get it from the logger, which sounds pretty encouraging and positive. But I suspect, and maybe you can clarify this. I suspect that the fact that you received an EIDO doesn't necessarily say that you have the rights to access any logger.
Right. However, if you received an EIDO with the way the text currently reads in I3, you're required to log it. So you get it from your own logger.
Correct. Most people will get the history from their own logger.
Excuse me, but what makes you think that everybody's loggers get updated simultaneously?
Oh, okay. They don't necessarily get updated simultaneously. The logger, the event is supposed to be logged close to the time of the event happens. And we got, at least we used to have text in I3 that said specifically that. So you would log it when you received it. The sender logged it when it sent it. There may be milliseconds between those two events, but they're not simultaneous.
So doesn't this sort of suggest that if you go to your own logger, you'll get to see history when in fact all you see is the thing you just received?
Well, you see that thing you just received and everything you received before.
Yeah.
But you didn't get anything before. You just received an EIDO.
Oh,
and you're interested in the history. And so this is saying, go to the logger. Well, your logger doesn't have the history. Somebody else's logger has it, but maybe
your
logger
has your history. You're not necessarily allowed to see the history of another agency. I mean, that's something that doesn't happen today, typically.
But our whole philosophy is based on the ability of agencies to be able to query other agencies' loggers, just like any other transaction, and get to see what they're allowed to see. So the other agency's logger should be able to provide you some history, because a lot of it could be relevant.
Be careful with should. You know, we haven't said that anywhere. What we have done is create a mechanism that would allow another agency with proper permission to get stuff from another agency's
Yeah,
log.
the EIDO management is all predicated on this.
Whether that ever happens, I don't know. I mean, I've been in the logging business for decades, and what I've seen from agencies is a kind of provincial notion of keeping their data private from others, and it's completely dependent upon their policy, and they're going to determine that. I think we've done what we could. We gave them a mechanism that would allow them to do that. They have to decide that they're going to allow it to be done.
Agree. And like I've mentioned, this is in EIDO management. Part of exchanging incident data is an ability to look at incident data prior to be involved, and ensuring that you provide authorized access to it.
And we have discussed mechanisms that would say something like, you can get EIDO history if I have sent you an EIDO. We haven't done that, but we've talked about it.
Exactly.
So Michael, that sentence that says if the recipient needs to know what happened before an EIDO was sent, they get it from the logger. Do you think
Yes.
that sentence deserves a little embellishment or qualification?
Sure.
No,
Yeah.
I don't think so. I understand your point. And then certainly it is the case that if everybody has proprietary views and refuses to let other people look at their logger, then chaos will ensue. But I point out that do unto others as you would have others do unto you. If you would like to get history from your agency, from your friends, you better give your friends your history. And it'll quickly become apparent that if somebody is refusing to give data, they won't get any data from anybody else. And I think that'll self-correct pretty quick.
Well, okay, I can certainly mark this. Consider adding.
Michael, I have a one word
about-
consideration.
Yeah, Tom's got his hand up, and so does Mark.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Michael, I just have one word you might fit into what you're typing. Okay? I think if you put the word applicable in front of logger in that sentence, I think it's as clear as this FAQ answer needs to be. You go get it from the applicable logger. Everything that's already been discussed is the fact that we've got some provision in place to ask for it. You know, it'll get defined, it'll get built as to how that you'd be able to get it. The do unto others, approach is a good one. But I think for the answer to the FAQ, if you add the word applicable in front of logger, it clarifies the sentence that should address Mike's concern.
Query the applicable logger.
I think Tom was on 15 instead of 14.
Where does it appear on 15?
Second from
I'm
the
talking about
second line from the bottom.
Get it from the applicable log. I see. Okay. Let's just put it in there.
well, it's up in 14 also. Never mind, excuse me. I see it says recipient's logger.
Yeah, it
That's
says
what Mike had-
you
that's what
query
Mike
the
had
logger.
Very
Okay.
good.
All right.
Come back on mute. I'm safer that way.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks, Tom. All
You
right.
still
16.
you still got Mark.
Oh, Mark,
Yeah,
speak up,
I
please.
kind of agree with Tom's solution there, because when you talk about loggers, there's a history of logging systems. And Mike, you're absolutely right that, traditionally agencies, view that information in their logging system as very confidential and proprietary. But I think the stuff we're talking about here for the EIDO data, that may very well be a different logging system, or somehow, associated with a different space in the logging system that is shared with others. So there's a difference between, investigative data and this kind of incident data that needs to be shared. And so the applicable logger may be the best answer there.
Yeah, that brings up a point about NGPSAP. You know we need to define some DRM rules for logged data. And this is a prime example of it, where you want to restrict the kinds of events that some other entity is allowed to extract. Go ahead, Brian.
The standard DRM would let you say only give them EIDO log events. You could do that with the existing mechanism.
Exactly.
You may only have EIDO log events.
Yeah, we have to have some text in NGPSAP that says that. That's all I'm saying. It's not that we don't have to.
Well, no, it wouldn't be NGPSAP. It would have to be star 10. If it's not clear enough.
Well, you could put it in NGPSAP as an observation, right? We observed that, blah, blah, blah. I also would say, back to Mark, that the logger has changed functionality and use in NG911 in fundamental ways. And what was the case for loggers in the past cannot be the case going forward, or many things will break. So part of the education in NG911 is the logger has a new role and new functionality, and that has to cause changes in how it's managed.
Yeah,
Is
it does.
Something we need to add to the FAQ here.
Yeah, perhaps so.
I mean, it's not specific to EIDO, but it's.
I'm not sure. Yeah, I think the FAQ should come from a pure perspective, and that assume everything is done right and appropriately. And as we've discussed before in the IDO conveyance, in the IDO management, okay, access to loggers, because they now log much more than just media. Okay, they log event logs. Then that has to be opened up, and with appropriate DRM, obviously, so that there is this exchange of situational awareness that can occur.
Yeah. Do you want me to write something specific in the note about that? I mean, it's really kind of the whole topic that we're talking about here, which is policy controls, who gets to see what.
Yeah, this is Tom. I support Dan's proposal to keep his answer, to use his word, pure, when the assumption is that things work the way they need to work.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think that's true. I don't think we want to start mentioning things that we don't want to draw attention to, because we don't want people to think, oh, we're approving of the, of you being so protective of your data that you actually harm everyone's ability to respond to multi-agency agents.
And Michael, your 5-minute warning just went to 4 minutes.
Yeah, too bad.
Michael, you could also satisfy anybody's concern it might have about the accuracy of the answer. If the answer started with by design, for example, the answer could start with by design, EIDO does this.
Okay, I'll just put it in there. By design. These are all just suggestions to the group that's going to do the work, right?
Michael, if you mind, just a quick note. There are 148 people on this call right now, and the current group has 103 people in the EIDO IDX concerns. It might be good to invite anybody who has been fascinated by the discussion we've had in the last hour. If you're not already on that group, you should join, because otherwise you won't be there unless Sandy puts you there because you were submitted by one of the 5 family group leaders. So I'm just encouraging participation of those who want to get involved with this project.
Yeah, and the thing of it is, everybody should know you can join because you're a member of the NENA development group. You can join another group as an observer. It doesn't harm anything. There are going to be a lot of observers on this group, and at least you'll see the emails going by and so forth, and know what the group is working on. And if you have an opinion on something, then you can start showing up at the calls and participating. Observers can, make comments and stuff. They can do everything. They just can't vote.
The leaders of the group are currently Tony Dunsworth and Matt Schreiner.
Okay, good.
Michael, the next actually is a break. I mean, so if you need to continue, you can go into the break. Folks can obviously take their break. You
Yeah,
just need a hard stop at 3.
Here's the thing. We're not going to get through this. I mean, I can scroll down and show you how many facts there are.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
We at least got into them, and we're having the kind of discussion that the working group is going to have. I just wanted everybody to know this document existed. If you hadn't seen it before, it's important because it's usable not only by technical people, but even probably more by people with operational experience. It's pretty much, they try to pretty much use plain language to describe things, and I hope that it's kept that way because I think it makes it a lot more understandable for everybody. And the intent of this group is to actually update this thing and make it a useful document again. And if everybody is now familiar with the NENA knowledge base, I think that's an improvement. And so we've done a lot of what we wanted to do in this session. Let's look at this one last thing on this current page at number 16. Other I3 data items can be sent by value by reference. What does an EIDO transmission use? Okay, the current draft conveyance offers both in some circumstances. Most transmission is by value, but an FE can create a URI which when dereferenced will return the current EIDO value. Similarly, an FE can create a URI which is used with the subscription service to receive EIDOs. The subscription URI is another form of EIDO by reference. So that might seem a little technical. Maybe that could be, stated in clearer terms. I think everybody, may not know what a URI is, but they know what a reference is, or they know what a link is. Maybe just use the term link or whatever. I don't think any of that changed. And I don't know if this one should really get into any depth about the conveyance technology, because that was dealt with in number 13. But I think this language probably could be improved, and that may be true for a lot of these things. Some of them are written very plain language, and some of them have a lot of abbreviations and technical terms in it. At any rate, I think probably what we should do is take the 15-minute break now. What's up next? The next is the I3 and NG PSAP session. That's going to be a long one. Okay.
It
So
is.
everybody,
And take your 15-minute break. But Michael, just for clarification, the FAQ that you're working on is going to be taken up by the EIDO IDX concerns group,
right?
Or with a different group?
No.
Okay.
EIDO IDX concerns, and we want to do that so that as many people as possible are participating in one way or another, or at least watching the work of this group. And if they've got questions that they've heard about EIDOs and so forth, they might want to consider raising them as possible new items for this frequently asked questions list.
Okay. And if you're already one of the 6 families that discuss EIDO or IDX, know that your roster is going to get cleaned up, and you will automatically be added to this group if you're not. If you are not one of those 6 families and you would like to be a part of that discussion or the concerns group, you'll have to contact me individually. There is not a current work group sign up link for that community because it's more internal.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Michael,
Yes.
I put a link to the FAQs that are on the knowledge base, and put that into the chat for anyone that might be interested in or crazy enough to want to suggest some improvements.
Okay. Very good. Any other questions or comments before we go to break? All right. See you all back here in 15 minutes.
Hey, sweetheart. They're having a little break.
Trying to figure out how to do this in a way that doesn't scare Tom, but it's a 2-minute warning.
Thank you. You're so considerate.
I just didn't know how. Oh, I guess I could have turned on my camera. 2-minute warning.
Not to worry. I was mostly just joking when I said it before. This time I must have been ready.
Sandy,
I
I
set
loved the
up a
break
little-
this morning when you said, it was 12:45 on the East Coast and 9:45 on the Pacific and whatever time in the middle. That just made me laugh.
Well, you're in Indiana, right? You could be East or Central, depending on where you're at in the state, right? It just gets too hard.
That's true. But it's like, time construct doesn't count in the middle, apparently. It was brilliant. It was perfect. Made my day.
Thank
And
you.
I didn't say anything about Canada, where we have time zone east of Eastern.
Oh, and we may actually have somebody from Alaska on too.
Dan, that's called Atlantic, the Atlantic time zone.
And there's always
Why is it nobody ever says anything about mountain time?
Well, being in Arizona, and we don't change times. This time of year, I'm aligned with Pacific, and then the rest of the year I align with Mountain. So I don't have to switch my clocks, but I have to watch my clock. It's very complicated. Oh, it's almost 9 in Hawaii. Boy.
Ripping it in.
Yeah. That's dedication. Okay, Brian. Turn it over to you, sir. Are you leading this one or is someone else?
Yeah, I'll probably just introduce it and then turn it over to Brian and Dan to argue the way they do on NGPSAP calls.
At least
Okay.
it feels comfortable that way.
Yeah, right.
Right. It would be familiar to us, right? Oh, I gotta close the door. The dog decided there was something to bark at. All right, so let me introduce the facilitators. Brian Rosen from I3 Architecture, Steve O'Connor. I don't know if you're on here, Steve, but he's from I3 Architecture as well. Also, Terry Reese, I think probably is on the call here. She's with the I3 Architecture group. Myself and Rick from the NGPSAP group and Dan Mongrave from both groups. So basically what we're going to talk about are things that NGPSAP and I3 Architecture have in common. In other words, functionality that NGPSAP needs that I3 Architecture has to provide in NG core services. And what we want to do is understand the functionality needed and what is currently specified in STA 010.3, discuss how to provide the functionality and discuss whether the change will be backwardly compatible. So I3 Architecture can figure out whether it could go in version 3.1, which is going to be backwards compatible, or whether it has to wait to version 4, and then prioritize the changes according to the level of necessity. Some things may be needed more immediately than others, and we'd like to, if we discover any of that, we want to make a note of it. So the following items were proposed for inclusion in I3 version 3.1, either by the I3 Architecture group or by the NGPSAP group or by myself. And, it may be, if it's something that I thought might be included in 3.1, that it really can't be. But if that's the case, we want to make that determination. Okay, the first one is add support to answer all calls at the bridge to support a conference factory. I think that's already been agreed that we were going to do that.
Yes.
But we don't have a contribution, right?
That's correct.
Yeah.
All right.
So
We've
basically,
agreed to do that in 3.1.
yeah. So we've agreed that when making an outbound call, such calls will not have a bridge, okay, automatically inserted in its call path. And that if that agency that made that outbound call needs to add parties to it, it will need to invoke the the conference factory, its local conference factory, network
I mean,
conference
that-
factory. Do this.
Meaning it basically treats it as ad hoc. It's the
Yeah.
basic idea. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the agreement. Everybody and I3 was okay with that, and we need the words to say that, but it's a well socialized and well accepted, and it's come up a couple of times in passing, and we've had no objections. I think this is an easy thing, but we actually have to write the words. Next. There's a lot here. Let's get through them.
So, we skip one? The one about the callback.
Yeah, we skipped one. We need to go back one. There we go. No?
No, that's the one we agreed to. That's the first one. This
Okay,
is
here
the
we go.
roles in case the 911 caller drop bridge is not released. Roles are part of the XCon contribution, so everybody will know what roles all participants have. So to the extent that the roles need to be visible, that's in the XCon contribution. However, the text doesn't include anything that says that there's some automatic mechanism that says if it's the PSAP drops, the bridge is not released. That is not there.
Not PSAP, caller.
Caller,
So
yeah, caller.
So what we want is if the call goes from 3-party to 2, which in an ad hoc conference scenario is supposed to trigger all parties getting off the bridge. Well, if that party is the caller for some reason, then we don't want neither of the PSAPs to drop the call from the bridge, but instead the quote unquote owning PSAP will do a callback if required or.
Right, but that's text that would be an NGPSAP, right? Because the bridge doesn't do anything there.
Well,
bridge
and
just tells you that
the
the party
bridge,
dropped.
yes. So we need that in ad hoc also. We need to qualify ad hoc that the going from 3 to 2 is not an automatic release of conference facilities.
Well, but that implies then when the callback is done, that you're gonna add that caller back into this bridge, correct?
Correct. You're going to ask the bridge to add an external party to the bridge, but
Okay,
that's
so
that's
it won't be
standard
the
stuff.
bridge making the callback, it'll be the originating PSAP.
It's the originating PSAP will have to send a refer to the bridge.
Exactly.
Dan, I still not sure that we need any text other than an observation in I3. I don't mind putting in a non-norm, I mean, non-normative statement that observes that, but it doesn't, there's no functional, there's nothing that the bridge does. It's reacting to commands that the owning PSAP will send it.
Agree, but the ad hoc flow is defined in I3. So
it's the observation that you won't do this.
Exactly.
As an observation, right? That there, because I understand what you're saying, that it says, well, when you're an ad hoc and you get down to 2 parties, then one of the parties does this. It moves the call off the bridge.
Yeah.
And so you want a piece of text that says, if the party is the caller, that probably won't happen, and the owner will fight the caller back. I have no objection to that. I think that's a good.
So,
but does the bridge? Okay, let me see.
The bridge
doesn't have to know who the caller is, right?
Right. It does. It does know who the caller is. The bridge does know who the caller is because the bridge, again, with the XCon thing, there'll be roles. And so everybody will know what the role of all other participants are.
Okay.
And so the bridge knows, but it doesn't do anything with it.
Yeah. So the bridge with XCon will advertise everybody's role, or their PSAP, or their caller.
Right. Exactly.
And with that information, the PSAPs will make the right call.
Exactly. All right.
Etienne has his hand up.
Yeah, go ahead, Etienne.
Yes, I was thinking, so is there some cases where the caller do drop off the bridge and both PSAP want to talk a little bit before hanging up the call, but they do not want to call back the caller? In this case, it would make sense to drop off the bridge.
Yeah, agree. This will have to be If it's a race condition, okay, we're all done, and so the caller drops off first, okay, there's no automatic release of the bridge, and then another agency drops off from the call leg, the third, everybody gets off, and the bridge will be automatically released.
Now,
But-
he's observing that you could actually go down to a two-party conversation if you wanted to.
Right.
Yeah, but in that case, well, I guess you could remain on the bridge or go point to point,
Correct.
and I don't know if we want to go there.
I don't think, or again, I definitely don't need text in I3 about that. I do that with, I mean, implementation wise, I do it with a timer. If you were on for more than a few seconds, I'd probably move it off, but I probably wouldn't until several seconds had arrived and I was pretty sure you really wanted to keep talking.
Exactly, and not
Right, but
want
that's
to-
implementation. That's all
Yeah.
implementation.
Exactly.
Yeah, so my idea was maybe we want to drop off the bridge every single time, and if we want to do
No.
a callback, then we create a new conference.
No, the problem if you drop off, if we follow what's currently written, okay, the caller drops off, the one of the PSAP says, okay, we're gone to two parties, then it's a, yeah, we go back to a point-to-point call, and that somebody will need to determine, okay, who's in that case, who's going to do the, if I need to add a caller back, then add the bridge and then do the callback. I think
it's all manual.
Yeah.
Right. Somebody will do something manually to do that.
So.
All right.
Okay.
Well, I think we're done here. We've agreed what
Yeah.
we're going to.
Are y'all gonna let Guy say anything?
Yeah,
Oh,
do you
sure.
speak up, please?
Thank you. So I don't agree with automatically or asking the ad hoc bridge to stay any longer than it needs to. In most of the cases, when the caller drops off, the conversation with the PSAP will be done. The call will be transferred. If the transfer to PSAP needs additional information, it will call back the caller. So I think we are good in the text that we have in I2. You don't need to change anything. And I agree with Etienne. There will be cases where it's perfectly okay to drop to a two-way conversation if the caller drops off.
Okay. Next one, modify the bridge text to allow PSAP to request a callback. Now, this was a note from our call handling function element text. I believe that's been done for answer all calls at a conference aware.
It's not. No, it's not. We do not have. We do not have written that how to get a bridge to do a callback. The signaling is obvious in that you would add a priority in the refer. Okay, you would add a priority equal callback, PSAP dash callback in there, which would tell the bridge to, with the outgoing call, add this add that header to that invite. Okay, but I think we need to be explicit about it because my experience has been if I3 doesn't say it, implementation doesn't code it.
Terry Reese, are you on and following this? This is your text. I mean, I could make proposals to do this, or you could, but I think Dan is right here that it needs to say if you want to re-invite the caller back, then you have to use the callback signaling to do that, and it has to be done. I mean, again, it's as Dan says, it's obvious how you would do it, but we actually have to say it. Terry's not responding, so we'll
okay.
Guy, comment?
Well, just a question. I'm trying to understand the use case you're trying to cover here.
So
the caller ends prematurely, and the call takers want him back.
Okay, so there's a conference, 3-way conference or 4-way conferences,
Right,
conference, and the PSAP and the caller drops off for some reason.
Right.
And you don't want to tear down the conference, and you just
Doesn't
want to
matter.
reinvite.
Doesn't
No,
matter. You
right.
want to go to from 2 to 3 parties. You need a bridge.
No. Guy is correct. The circumstance is that you want both call takers on the call and the caller, but so you
Exactly.
don't want to complete the transfer. You want to get the caller back before
just
you
wanna
can,
create the conference.
Exactly.
well, maintain the conference because we already had a conference, then he
Right.
dropped off. We don't want to get rid of him. We want to call him back, but as Dan points out, you need to use the callback signaling
Exactly.
when you do that.
So in the
Well,
ref,
Sorry,
go ahead, I'm sorry.
Terry.
No, go ahead. Go ahead, Guy.
I'm going to put my hand down, actually. So, based on what we just said just before, in a haddock bridge, if the conference comes down to 2 parties, the bridge will be released.
Sure.
And
You need to put
so
it back.
The bridge will be released.
No, the
because
bridge is
somebody-
released. So you
The
have
bridge
to
is released
recreate it.
because the bridge is released because the parties take action to do that. The bridge doesn't
Okay.
do anything itself.
But doesn't matter. Okay, we go back from point-to-point call between the 2 agencies. They need to call. They need to get the caller back on the call.
So I think the use case here is that one of the PSAP that wasn't a call, do a callback to the caller, and then invites the caller and the other PSAPs back on the bridge. It's going to be a different conference ID altogether. It's a new conference altogether.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. But I think the flow should be to make it similar to with a answer all call at a bridge, in that you go back to a conference. You go back. You get both parties on the conference bridge, and then you request a bridge to make the outgoing call to the caller, because we need that for answer or call at a bridge.
I don't agree that all call concerns agree is the model that we should be following. It's the other way around.
What's the difference?
The bridge is not inviting the caller back. It's not the
Right.
bridge. It's the PSAP that invites call back
Via
the
the bridge.
caller.
Via the bridge.
No.
He's saying you do it outside, like you set up a call to the caller and then you add,
Yeah, I don't think that's
change
right.
that connection to the bridge.
But answer all call at bridge requires the bridge to do so.
Hey, I gotta ask a question, y'all. Are you reinventing something here, or am I just way behind? Did y'all do away with this legacy 911 support that Canada had insisted on for call party hold ringback feature?
No.
Wouldn't that come into play here?
No,
that
that's
would.
going away.
That would in
with
the sense
bridge.
that
Couldn't hang
the
up.
caller would never be able to
drop
hang
off.
up.
Right.
Yeah,
that's
but
not
That's
true
only
here.
implemented in Canada. That most
well,
systems.
but let's be careful. It's implemented in Canada on wireline carriers.
Right.
Wireless don't have this.
Yeah, right. So
And they make up a large majority of calls.
But Tom, there's so it doesn't apply in many cases. If it does apply, he wouldn't be able to hang up. We don't have to write anything.
Right.
Exactly. That was what I was asking about. And Dan just said something I did not know, was that it never applied to wireless in Canada. I didn't know that.
Even in the US.
Well, in the US, my experience must be different than Brian's, because I don't know of very many places in the US that actually utilize that feature.
They don't.
Especially
Anymore. Yeah, it's gone.
I don't think it was ever deployed widely in the US.
Yes.
The wireless industry had a different way of handling that. It was the emergency mode.
That's
Yeah,
right.
right. Yeah.
But getting back
all right.
to this question of if the caller drops and you need to get the caller back on the
Right.
in the conference.
Yeah, I mean, I think we could write, literally 3 sentences that say if the caller drops, the PSAP has the option of going down, going down to 2, dropping off, creating a new callback, adding the PSAP back, or just requesting a callback through the bridge. And if he uses a callback through the bridge, then he's got to use the signaling.
But
How
that's
would they do
new.
that?
Yeah,
Refer,
They send a refer.
or the phone number.
Yeah,
With
they
with
send a
a-
refer to the caller with a
header.
parameter of priority
PSAP
equal
callback.
PSAP callback.
Yeah, it'd be escape, a standard escape header in the refer, just like we do other
Standard
things.
SIP signaling.
Yeah, it's just like how we get the EIDO and
But
the.
how do you get the refer? So it would be a refer
To the
from the
bridge.
PSAP to the bridge, and it would be propagated to the. I don't.
No,
There's something I'm
the,
missing.
the bridge generates an invite based on that refer toward the caller, toward the
Yeah,
original
right,
caller.
which would go through the OSIF, but yes. That's pretty straightforward thing, and it would use escaped headers to get the priority field right. That's okay.
Well, do we really have a decision now on the issue that you were discussing? Guy suggests you start a new bridge.
Let's propose some text and we'll work on it. I think we've got the
Yeah,
issue.
it's like both would work in that
Yeah, I was
if
gonna say.
the PSAP originates a callback and then if the caller answers, then create the conference and then move that call leg over to it. That kind of concerns me because there will be a delay, or create the conference and then get the bridge to send the callback. Basically, there's 6 of one, half a dozen the other, maybe 6.005 and whatever. but yeah, but definitely we need this because the answer I'll call it bridge. Bridge needs to have this capability.
Okay, I'm just making a note of that.
Can we move on? Guy, are you
Yes.
okay? No, Victor has his hand up.
Yeah, you got a comment about this one, Victor?
Yeah, I was just going to ask real quickly, if anything, if this, and you mentioned it briefly, Brian, the transitive, what we just agreed on with trust and the bridge in transfers, does that color this at all or no?
Well, I mean,
trying to work through all the details in my mind.
It's related again, in that prior discussion, we had the issue of who, how do you correctly get at a station right? And in this case, it is the bridge that is making the outgoing call, right? That's what you've asked. You've asked the bridge to place an outgoing call back to the user. And so the bridge will sign with its PCA cert that says, I'm the bridge, I'm asking you to use this telephone number. And the OSIF gotta make sure that's okay.
Since it's going through the OSIF, it will apply the callback
right
processing to it.
Right. And we talked about including the referred by if you wanted to and all of that. So that would work the same way.
And
there was
a question. There is a question in the chat. I'm sorry, John.
Yeah, I was going to read it. So basically the question is how many times the bridge will try to call back, and it's only once, in that the call progress of that outgoing call will be reported by the bridge. So if it fails, etc., the calling PSAP may want to reattempt or whatever, but yeah.
Yep, that's the correct answer. 1.
Okay, move on to the next one. Blind transfer. Dan said on an NGPSAP call, I'm not sure this is RFC 3261 compliant. In an in-dialogue, request is supposed to be addressed either to the first proxy in a route list if strict routing is being performed, else to the contact of the session's other party, which is very likely not the URI of the caller.
Why isn't it? I mean, you're doing a blind transfer of a caller to another PSAP.
But it said the text in star 10 says that for a blind transfer, you send a in dialogue refer to the URI of the caller. Okay, and that is incorrect, because for a in dialogue transaction, the request URI is addressed to the to whatever was the contact that sent you the call.
Yeah, but why isn't that correct? I understand the point of the URI of the caller is probably not correct, but why is the contact not correct?
Because no, the STAR10 text says to send it to the URI of the caller, which
I
is,
got it.
yeah. So that's basically 3261 invalid.
I understand the point, but why do you think it won't work if we change that to be the contact of the caller?
Because that's not in the you're not doing an in dialogue transaction anymore. That's out of dialogue.
Maybe I must be totally lost. We're doing a blind transfer. We have an active leg up to the call between the caller and the primary. We are doing a refer to the caller to tell him, hang up this call and call this other guy.
I know, but you are in answer all call at a bridge. Okay. So the contact, in the invite that the PSAP will receive, okay, the contact will be from NGCS.
That's fine.
Okay, so now if you want to do the blind transfer as specified in STAR10 and say you do in dialogue refer with a request URI of somebody else, that's 3261 invalid. Because you're addressing a party that's not in the dialogue.
All right, I'm definitely lost here. I think you and I and Terry should take this offline and work it out, because I think there isn't any point in going in this thing. I'm not following it, but I mean, you're sure you got a problem here. I don't see it yet, so I got to work this out. And I think taking everybody's time to work it out is probably not a good use of our time.
And this SIP geek a lot.
It's a SIP geek.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. All right. So I made a note of that. Hang on a second.
We got
Guy
and Lisa.
Yeah.
Oh.
Guy was first, huh?
Yeah, well, just quickly, I'm not sure if this is a problem is being caused by the alcohol of the bridge, because in the ad hoc bridge, there is no bridge involved at all.
Agree.
So it appeared to be a call. So I'm not seeing the problem other than if maybe the problem is caused by the alcohol of the bridge.
Agree. It's all call out bridge inserting.
We're all in that state. We think this might be a problem only in answer all calls at a bridge.
Okay. Thank you.
Lisa.
Yes, Lisa, go ahead.
So mine was can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, so I have a question for Dan. Can you briefly define for me what you think a blind transfer is? Because from the operations perspective, they're kind of considered a no-no.
So a blind transfer is exactly what you think. We're telling the caller, okay, go call that other person directly. Don't bother me. So, and we
hang up
totally
this call
agree.
and call the other guy.
Yeah, we totally agree that for emergency calls, they're totally a no-no. But for some call flows, they may be acceptable, and they're technically supported in the I3 standard.
Yeah.
So
that
so
we
from a
went
technical
through this with
perspective, we
lots
still
of
need to
people.
support it.
Right. We received multiple indications from lots of people that we had to support blind transfer, and everybody agrees you probably shouldn't be using it with emergency calls, but some people do.
But anyways, the I3 standard also applies for non-emergency calls. So
that's
obviously,
also true. Right. So blind transfer is definitely part of NGCS.
So
Next.
Jim Kinney put a comment in the chat box, and then you got Tom.
Yeah, start a work group.
James said start a work group discussion on the refer blind. Yeah, I made a note of that.
Yeah.
Okay. And Tom lowered his hand, I guess. So we're on the next slide. Clarify the element domain element in the element state subscription notification. I always thought that meant the domain in which the element exists, but you were the one that raised that issue, Dan. Do you remember why?
well, yeah, what's the purpose of it? And because I think the description is also not clear. Let me open it.
Yeah,
here.
I would wonder why you need an element for the element domain when the element identifier of an element contains its domain.
Exactly. And what's its purpose anyways?
Yeah, so that's kind of a separate issue, not related to bridging at all, is it? I don't know. I'll just make a note to look at this text. I don't think it does any harm to have it in there. And it may be easiest just to retain it in there, even though it's not really useful for anything. But I think, you know, I3 should look at the text. Okay. Next one. These are items that haven't yet been discussed or have no decision yet. So some of them may have been discussed a little bit, but, you know, no consensus has been reached on what to do about them. How to know the bridge model. How do you know what the bridge model of a neighboring NGCS is, for example? When you get a call, if there is an is focus, it could be because the bridge model is answer all calls at a bridge, and this is the original 911 call, or it could be a transfer request or an outgoing call. Recall that outgoing call for an NGCS for answer all calls at a bridge does not have is focus. You need to know so that you don't try to send a buy at the end of a transfer.
Yeah, I think that that's right. And I think we have to somehow communicate that. I think that's some I3 thing that you need to know what the model is.
What can you just clarify that parenthetical says recall that outgoing call for an NGCS for answer all calls at a bridge does not have an is focus? What leg are we talking about there? What?
Well, we mentioned that outgoing calls, okay, for that don't include a bridge automatically. So obviously that call that will go out will not have is focus to that invite going out. So
okay, gotcha. Okay, I was not
Right.
clear on what.
Yeah.
So and this is something that we're finding more and more in that with the I3 standard, because of its some along trying to account for multiple deployment models such as answer all call or bridge or ad hoc, because ad hoc is defined in IETF, whereas answer all call or bridge is not. So a lack of clarity on the subscription. Are they in dialogue, out of dialogue? So we need to have some explicit mechanism to pass and signaling so that the PSAP would know how to properly interface and do these transactions. Because if I get a call, I may get for a transferred call, the invite may come from not my local bridge, but from a different bridge. Okay. And that bridge may have a different subscription model. I may try to do in dialogue because that's what my local bridge does, but they don't support in dialogue or vice versa. So
I think you're using wrong examples because the cross ESINet cross bridge model actually fixes that. But
no, it doesn't.
I still think you've got a problem. I agree that you need to know.
It doesn't. It doesn't. I sent a call from answer all call at bridge to ad hoc PSAP. It's my bridge getting to that ad hoc PSAP.
Yes, but he treats it as ad hoc.
No, well, he's going to see an is focus in that invite.
Right.
This is the original call you're talking about, right?
Right. No, transfer to the
it's a transferred call.
Is in an ad hoc environment, and he gets a transferred call from an answer all calls at a bridge environment.
Exactly. So the subscription, for example, for I want to know conference participants, in dialogue or out of dialogue?
I don't think that's related to bridge model, but
It is. Well, it's not bridge model. It is how the bridge implements conference subscription. Because we were never specific if it was the original IETF standard says it should be out of dialogue, but allowed in dialogue. Okay, we never an updated version of the IETF standard says there's no more in dialogue,
Right.
but
Mhm.
we never
Right.
clarified. So we don't know which one the bridge supports.
I agree with that. I think that's independent of bridge model. I think that we should be
agree.
advising everyone to use out of dialogue as per the
Mhm.
latest ITF
ITFs, yeah.
Well,
recommendation.
the problem is, ship has sailed not in a lot of places.
I do understand that, and we're going to have to deal with that. But I don't think that's bridge model specific, and I think that we want to long term get to the current ITF.
Agree, but we need to account for existing deployments. Guy?
I was just going to say the latest RC that you just mentioned, you have to clarify the context and scope, right? It does mention not using in dialogue subscriptions in the context of where a GRU is used. We don't use GRU.
It's more complicated than that, I believe. I think it says you should be using a GRU for this circumstance, and
Exactly.
then you need it.
Exactly. If you GRU resolved the reason why you needed to do in dialogue subscription.
Yeah.
So because you could not get out of band to that UA. Okay. So GRU resolved that, and that's why GRU was supposed no in dialogue subscription are no longer required, but that implies that we got to support GRU.
This sounds to me like an actual V4 discussion because it would change current implementations.
It depends on where you go.
Well, I believe that we probably want to have a discussion of GRU. But I got the point about we've got to fix this in dialogue, out of dialogue. You need to know the model. We have to do that because we're getting non-interoperable implementations, and we need to fix it.
Yep. And I'm seeing that today. Unfortunately.
Yeah, I got it. I do understand that.
That's something that you didn't know, Dan.
No, agree.
Don't pretend you didn't know. You've been knowing that for 3 years.
Well, it's because a lot of implementation have gone different ways. So
yeah. Okay.
Yeah, so this next slide was actually that issue. So I think we already discussed this one.
Right.
Yeah.
All right. Let me just make a note here. Out of dialogue. Okay. Let me see. Next one is style 101 needs to detail how media and events get logged by the bridge. Different users can have different streams. What if the bridge is not the SRC? And Ingress BCF would probably just be logging the caller's leg.
I agree that this is a discussion we need to have in I3. I have my opinions, but I think it requires a discussion.
Okay, I3 discussion required.
Yeah, I mean, I believe that if the bridge is creating a media stream by, for example, mixing two source streams, it must log that. That's what I think.
and also ensure that the RTP packets are properly identified, who's sourced it.
Yeah, now if that would
true.
be a non-backwards compatible change for sure, right? If
No.
we say the bridge must log that because we.
Oh, okay. Yes, that would be not that. Yes, because some implementations may not have done it. That's correct.
Okay. Let me see. Let me just, if we say bridge must log mixed streams.
Well, this is I gave you my first opinion of what this discussion is. The decision is, yes, I3 must discuss this and come up with an answer.
Yeah, I got that, but I'm making note of what you just said because I think it's important.
I believe that my opinion is if the bridge is creating a media stream, like for example, mixing two source streams, it must log it. If all it's doing
Yeah.
is streams around, then maybe it doesn't have to because they're being recorded somewhere else and we don't need to record them twice. But if
Yeah,
it's
hopefully,
it's gotta log it.
yeah, hopefully they're all being recorded somewhere else, but you're absolutely right. If you create a mixed stream, you're creating something new and you
Yeah.
want to log that.
You're gonna log that, exactly.
Now, obviously, you know, I've seen very little media logging in NGCS systems, very little. And a lot of that has to do with regulatory and liability issues and not with functionality and so forth. So we can't do anything about that, but I think, you know, I think our job is actually to specify what should be done. And if they decide according to some policy not to do it, that's, you know, that's not our.
I agree. I agree in all counts.
Okay. Next one. Say that the bridge logs call state change log event and session state change log event with party ad containing the leg call ID. That was a note that we just made, and I don't think we said that in, I don't think we imposed that requirement.
Yeah, I think that's right.
Yeah. Yeah, because we just changed those log events. So because those elements were mandatory, and obviously if you're a PSAP doing the adding the party, then you don't know those outgoing SIB IDs. So
Yep.
Okay, this next one has to do with monitoring. How about adding a party mute and party unmute call state change values? The reason is obvious. The bridge of the CHFE that initiated monitoring would log these.
Yeah,
I
so
think
this
this
is all part of
interacts,
flow
this
control.
interacts with the XCON discussion and probably wants to be deferred into that.
Yeah, so definitely anything that gets done through floor control needs to be logged.
Okay.
So I think that's the way we do it, right? That we log all the floor control things and we log all the XCON operations.
Okay. Next one. If a call from external switching system is transferred by the CHFE, okay, so to explain what an external switching system is, that's like your admin PBX or something. It's some kind of external device that is not normally handling your emergency calls, and you get a call in on that. The call handling function would remain in the call path even after its agent has dropped. So you got a call that came in on your PBX and it's transferred by the CHFE because you said it was an emergency call, maybe, I don't know. See, the CHFE remains in the call path even if after its agent has dropped.
Why isn't record route good enough for this?
Well, he's making a point here. I think Dan brought this up.
Yeah, I got it. I do understand the problem, but I understand. But the normal solution for this in SIP is record route.
Well, we don't want to presume the way CHFE is implemented. Maybe BDBUA, maybe a proxy. Don't care.
Don't care. Record route will work anyways.
So, well, the path, the outbound leg over the assign it to the other party. If that leg is dropped, then CHFE would know and should drop the leg going to the external switching system. So
I got it. Why isn't record route exactly what you want?
Well, I don't think in either record route or session timers are applicable here. Their session timers is good. Basically, belt to suspenders or suspenders to belt. Okay, to make sure that if you don't get a buy, basically you for some reason if the signaling was torn down, you'll know. But I think this was more for how does the overall system monitor such a call that's not involving an agent.
I'm sorry. If you have a leg from the CHFE to anywhere else, regardless of what it is connected to, a bridge, another PSAP, doesn't matter. There is a leg from the CHFE to the caller, then that SIP path can issue a record, can have a record route noted on it, and then any change to that path will be sent to the entity that requested the record route. That just seems like the right thing to do. It's what it's for.
Yeah, I agree. If you're not a B2B UA, if you're a proxy.
Well, I mean, a B2B UA can act as a proxy if it wants to. I mean, it can, as long as it issues the SIP command, I don't care what it says it is.
So
I don't know.
Guy?
Well, I just tried to remember what the problem was, and still from this conversation, I'm not sure I remember. I agree with Brian that the record route will ensure that this the CHFE will, if it honors it, obviously as back-to-back user agent or a proxy, will receive the signaling. But I thought, maybe I got it wrong, that if for some reason a buy is not propagated, is not sent from the far end, you wanted the CHFE to know, have a way to know that this session is actually gone, so you can release the ESS. And I thought that session timers can help with that, because it's kind of a keep alive, right? You ensure that you have an end-to-end SIP communication flow, and if one end stopped to respond, then you consider this session done or gone, and you can release the other leg.
I didn't understand this to be something failed and you don't get the buy.
Yeah. No, the discussion was the NGPSAP, what it specified was that even if the ESS, so the call from ESS was transferred to a party on the ESI net, and then the caller can get off the call. So basically the CHFE just basically connects the two call legs together. The requirement on NGCS, on the CHFE, was that an agent must be able to jump back on this call for monitoring for whatever purposes. And there was a discussion about, well, what if the call has gone a long time because a buy was missed? And Guy suggested, correctly so, session timers is applicable here. And to me, session timers should always be used, but that may be another discussion.
Yeah.
So
I didn't realize that this was a missing buy, but session timers is the answer to a missing buy.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe I'll reword my statement as, if you implement the CHFE with a proxy use record route, if you implement it with a back-to-back user agent, you get the buy.
If the buy was sent or received.
If you're missing a buy, then then session timers is the way to make sure that you know that you lost the
signaling path.
Action.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we
All
need
right,
both.
Next.
Right. Okay. I just made a note of that. Obviously, there's more discussion going to have to be done.
Yeah.
Next one. We need to specify all parties on a bridge in EIDOs. How do we get that info? The bridge would only have the queue URI initially, which doesn't identify the participants. There's an RFC that says after the call is established, you can get the user info, AOR, from a conference package. Associated AOR is RFC 6502. Now, Brian made a comment in an email that you didn't think that you should be
I think it's a bad
specifying.
Yeah.
all
Why are you
parties in
doing
EIDOs.
this?
Well, because we've always said that in the EIDOs, you would report all parties that are in a call. That is specified in the EIDO call and in the call data component.
I don't think you should be that if it's on a bridge, you're reporting all the parties in the bridge. I just don't think that that's appropriate.
Well, that's what the text
beyond
says.
What any implementation of anything, anything related to it would say.
That's what the IDO standard says.
So it's in here, that would be the current state from the call handling FE point of view. So yeah, I think you should report every agent on the call.
Yeah, every participant in the call. That's why we created the person data component to report other persons that are in the call.
The XCon thing will give you the roster, and you can report, and anybody can report it from that. So the answer is the roster you get from XCon.
Okay. So XCon solved this problem.
Correct.
Okay.
One of the main things it does is it gives you name and role for participants.
All right, now, there might be a policy reason why you wouldn't identify other participants on the call, but you might want to identify to your agency all participants from your agency, for example, and the emergency caller, right?
No, this is way getting beyond what I think is reasonable, but if we need it, then it's obvious how to do it.
In my opinion, basically between public safety agencies, you should disclose your identities. Okay. Obviously to a third party, such as a caller, you don't. But
right. And the XCon, the specific proposal that I made deals with that specific thing, where there's a policy that says what identity any participant by role gets.
Right. So that was one that already, it's on the bottom list, which is we have a contribution for it.
Yeah.
Okay.
How do we inform EIDO subscribers that a blind transfer has been done?
Yeah, good question.
I mean, let me see.
Or is there a need?
Well, the call state, if what you're saying is correct, the call state will change to show that it used to be connected between two parties and it's now connected between one original party and a different second party. So
no, your call leg is gone.
Well, no, you said that a call shows all participants. So
yeah, but a blind transfer, there was never
one participant is left and another one is joined.
A blind transfer is there's no conference, so you won't show all participants.
I'm telling you, if the call has all participants, then it will have, even on a 2-person call, it'll have the 2 persons.
Yes, agree. There's a caller and there's caller and the agent.
But if you do a blind transfer, then A was talking to B in one EIDO and he's talking to C in another EIDO.
But that call leg, you're not privy to.
Yeah, I think the endpoint is from the perspective of the local call handling functional element. So when you do a blind transfer, then the call is gone. So from that call handling functional element point of view, you don't have a call anymore to put in the EIDO.
That's fine.
But doesn't the history, I'm sorry, I jumped in without raising my hand. Doesn't history info include some of that information that the call was transferred?
No.
And it's not logged?
Yeah, we do have a call transfer log event. So it is logged, but Dan's point is that you haven't identified other EIDO subscribers of the transfer.
Well, it's true that the original party that transferred the call is out of the call, so it does not report the call, but the transfer to agency is now reporting a call.
Sure.
So you don't know why the call dropped. You don't know that you did a blind transfer as opposed to a hang up. Is that important? At the original recipient of the caller, that the entity that did the blind transfer, one EIDO says he's in a 2-way call with somebody else. The next EIDO says he's no longer in a call.
Yep.
Does it need to say why?
Well,
Good
it is a
question.
change in, it's a change in incident state. So from that purist point of view, yeah.
Well,
Well,
no,
how do we
no,
do
it's,
so?
it's the current state is he's not in a call.
So we don't have right now, there is no way to specify in that EIDO, which has a call, would specify the new call state, which will be call end, the reason why it ended. So do we want to add this capability so that, for example, blind transfer to Y or something?
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay.
Anybody got an opinion?
Well,
I
Pierre
think we
has
should
his hand up.
discuss it. Yeah, speak up, Pierre.
So, sorry, I'm a bit late, guys. On the previous slide, why wouldn't you reveal to the caller the ID of the other participant to the call?
Well, no, not the what we were thinking, and this would discuss at Eastway last week or week before, is the obfuscation of the identity of agents. So you would not say, for example, it's joe.smith@psap.com that is the agent, but maybe agent1 at psap.com.
Yeah, the XCon proposal I have allows you to do that, just that.
So have by policy the ability to change the reported identity of agents.
Correct.
Okay, what I mean is that sometimes people don't realize that they got transferred to the EMS call center, so that would be good for them to know that they were with 911 and they got transferred to EMS call center.
Yeah, that they should know, and that they should now go and see it's coming from agent1@ems.com.
Thank you for the explanation, then.
Okay. All right, next one.
Before we move on, sorry, Lisa had a comment in chat that PSAPs will want to know where the blind transfers originated from.
That we got.
And that we got. There should be a referred by.
Correct.
Yes. Right. Okay. Oops. I'm sorry, I double clicked that. This is just a note to add the IRR to the interfaces registry, because policy is different for those. And I think that's already been brought up to the I3 architecture group, but we don't want to get lost. And this thing, since it's just updating a registry, it's probably backwards compatible, isn't it?
Which interfaces registry?
The IRR interface of the logging service. It's currently there's just the logging service.
Right. There is an interfaces registry, and interfaces can be specified in the agency locator and so forth.
He's just saying he wants to differentiate the IRR from the standard log retrieval for the purposes of policy. I don't know.
Yes, absolutely, because the policies will be quite different for access to the IRR than they would be for retrieval of data from a logger. The question is, could this be in 3.1 or does it have to be v4?
It would be a non-backwards compatible change because any implementation would have used the existing interface.
Well, the thing about this, you're just adding an additional interface, which the interface already exists.
Adding the interface is easy. It's the what interface policy do you use?
Well,
old implementation would have used the logging service policy.
So to clarify, are we talking about adding an interface type to the logger interface? So there could be multiple logger interfaces and the service agency locator, and then there would be different types.
No, there's an interface registry, and there's a policy for each interface in the registry.
Yeah, this would be for the instant recall recorder, which uses the same interface protocols as the logger. However, the policy that you apply to it will be quite different. You might have policies that state, you know, a person can use this interface, but they can only go back, you know, 1 hour or something.
So
Yeah, but somebody hitting that interface, how do you know their intent?
how do you know? Right, I was just going to say that. How do you know?
No.
Logger knew why you were requesting media.
Yeah, exactly. You have to know. So there,
Exactly. There'll have to be a different
okay.
named interface. You need like 2 RTSP interfaces or something. I don't know.
Okay, let's say let's specify how logger knows the intent of the user, of the client. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, good point. Okay.
Next. Are we done? Really?
No, we're not done,
No, no,
but
no,
we're almost done. So
Good,
here's
good.
what I'm going to propose. We got 2 more of these that are in the list of things that must be discussed. After that are things that we already have contributions for, or that are already in 3.1 or whatever. I want to go over those, but I think we can afford to take like a 10-minute break after we do these next 2 slides. So
Right.
hang on a sec. All right, so we want to be able to dynamically respond to an invite with a 300 response that specifies a PSAP URI to redirect the call to. We basically want a redirect mechanism that PSAP manager can control that redirects calls to a mutual aid agency when the manager deems necessary.
No.
Yeah,
No.
we had part of this
Use
discussion.
the
Go ahead.
PRF. Use the PRF.
Okay, Dan, this was your proposal. So why do you want this kind of redirect function?
That was my proposal.
It was.
Use the PRF. Create a state
because
change and use that.
Okay,
because
so
I
there's
don't
the
recall. I
PRF.
don't recall this, and I tend to agree with Brian in that you should return an error back to the NGCS and let the NGCS then follow your published policy,
Yes.
and not you basically override your policy with
Yes.
willy-nilly. But
Yes. Yes. You got it.
All right, so I put down no, use the PRF instead. How's that?
Right.
yeah. Well, maybe this came up and we said maybe we should discuss it at JCM, but
Yeah. I mean, I have thought, Dan, that it might be really nice to create some testable conditions that that PSAP management can just set and then use them for any purpose it wants in their PRF, right? Just make some variables that they can control the value of.
well, we have that. We have that can be included in the test call. That's already defined.
Well, is it specific to test call?
Yes.
Well, I you know, this, I was just trying to get something that for this particular purpose, right? You want to have some state that is not I'm busy or some other thing, but it's I want to do X, and you want a testable condition that do you want to do X in the PRF so that you can do that? So
Yeah, we have that.
a variable.
So when you generate your test call, you can specify the variables that will basically override the current conditions that PRF would use when evaluating a policy.
I know what you're talking about. That isn't what I asked for. Let's.
Okay.
That's
Brian,
a new.
it sounds like you're asking for an all trunks busy switch.
Well, I'm not.
We have that. We have that.
That exists.
And we have that with service date.
Yeah, we absolutely have that. So that's not a problem. It's something less than that or something different from that.
Yeah.
But a simple all trunks busy we got.
Yeah. So this would be an ability to dynamically redirect the call to some third party. instead of using policy routing rules. And
Not a
I
good idea.
can't see the value of this.
Yeah.
Okay,
Please no.
all right.
Yes, you're
Oh,
out policy
wait a
routing
minute.
function.
Oh, okay, wait a minute. That actually was the last
Comment.
one, I think. Okay. So the ones we're gonna take, let's say we'll take a 10-minute break now, or 14-minute break. Let's come back at a quarter after. And the next set of stuff is stuff that we already have a contribution for or is already in I3V3. I just want to go through those to confirm that what I think the status is on each of these is actually correct, that we either do have text or that it's already been handled in an existing contribution. So see you all back in at quarter after, okay?
Yeah. And Suresh, PRF, yes, policy routing function.
Okay. Do we miss any questions in the chat? Because we can answer them before we go on.
Got them all.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Rick. All right, see you all back at quarter after. Okay, we'll give people another minute or so, and then we'll start right on the money. There's not very many left, actually. And hopefully on all of them, we'll say, yeah, those have been handled as I've noted here. So we may finish a little early today. And Sandy, if you're there, if we do finish early, is there anything else that you want to do with that time?
Oh, no, sir. Folks have been awesome hanging out all day. Plus for the
Absolutely.
East Coast, it's getting, close to quitting time.
Mhm. Yes, very true.
But I do appreciate you asking.
Let's get going.
Yes, sir. All right. Now, these items are items that I believe have been handled either based on what somebody's told me or what something I've seen in I3 architecture work. Well, I just want to confirm those things. First of all is the XCON contribution, which we haven't looked at yet, but we do have it in hand. And so let's see, add support to bridge for XCON in order for a participant to update its URI so the identity of a call taker can be provided to all conference participants. Add support to the bridge to obfuscate a PSAP's call taker identity. That's the privacy request. Is that what that is?
Yeah.
Okay. And your contribution covers both of those, right?
That. That's correct.
Okay. All right. Next one is, how is sign monitoring done via the bridge? And that's covered by your XCON contribution, right?
Correct.
Okay. On an attended transfer, the transmitter of the PSAP agents may be muted toward the caller initially so they can hear the caller, but the caller cannot yet hear them. This method should be defined in the bridge section of STA O&O, if not already. That's also covered by your XCON contribution, right?
Correct.
Okay. I3 has to decide whether the bridge is in the path for outgoing calls or whether the bridge is created when needed to transfer a call.
Yeah, we
We've
did
already
that.
settled that.
Yeah, we discussed that. Note, handle
Not
the
at
conference
It's the
factory.
conference factory, not XCON.
Okay, all right. So let me, oops, well, I'll correct that. Let me see if I missed a slide here because I might have clicked twice. No. Okay. Modify the text call text regarding determination of origination of call to prevent repeat calls. We have a contribution, but we haven't reviewed it yet, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And there was a note, I think, on that one that we weren't sure if the contribution was sufficient to cover that or not. Is that correct? And we haven't looked at it yet, so we don't really
We haven't
know.
looked at it, so I don't know.
Yeah, because what's specified in STA 10 doesn't work. It says it's either vias or IP address, neither of which get to a PSAP. So,
okay. Next one is modify the test call text regarding signing of contact header in test call 200 OK. That was from a note in the call handling text order.
yeah, there's no such standard to support this.
Yeah, I don't know why this is done. I don't think that this is. Sorry.
Well, the intent was that because one of the purposes of the test call was to allow somebody putting a new service to make a test call to the PSAP, and the PSAP would report back basically that it received the call and here's the location that came with the call, so that you could and there was the I3 standard specified that you could sign the 200 OK, so you proved you reached a PSAP. Well, I think that is hand waving.
I don't think there's I don't think there's existing text about that.
Absolutely. That's where it came from.
Signing the contact?
Signing the 200 okay. Yep.
Well, let me note, just make a note here. Dan thinks we have text in 3.1 right now.
I don't think I know.
In 3.1, okay. Already that does this.
That's what it specifies. That's when I wrote that the support for test call in NGPSAP, I looked what was an I3 standard, and that's where I wrote these questions because.
Okay, so I'll just say check. Let's check that, confirm. Okay. All right, next one. For callbacks and other PSAP initiated calls via OSIF, answer all calls at a bridge must specify is focus in non-100 provisional and 200 okay. So PSAP can initiate conference. And then I made a note, it may be done. Does the I3 text currently say that answer all calls at a bridge doesn't automatically put the bridge on outgoing calls?
That's right. It doesn't. So I don't think that this is needed because it doesn't do that.
Yeah, so this is handled.
I think this is a settled issue because we don't need it.
Yeah, we just added that recently, right? This was done recently in I3V3 3.1. Okay. How does the NGCS validate identity when it is an agent-initiated call to another PSAP? We discussed that recently, and I thought the existing stir, shake, and text covers this. So in other words, if it's an agent-initiated call, then it's the identity of the agent.
Yes, we agreed that we were going, well, it's not stir, shake, and text, but we agreed that all outbound calls would have a signed identity header with a PCA cert.
Okay.
But the question is, will that identity header be propagated to the other agency when it's a support call?
If it's an outbound call, you'll get it, yes.
No, but I mean, does that identity header, okay, be propagated and validated by the NGCS? Would NGCS put a verse that on?
No, well, I worry a lot about implementations cross ESINet, but within an ESINet, it'll propagate it. It won't.
What do you mean? What do you mean? Again, this term of ESINet.
All right, within a single NGCS. So multiple PSAPs connected to an ESINet with a single NGCS implementation. A call between those such PSAPs will be signed but not validated by anybody. You can the receiving PSAP can validate it, but nobody else will.
When it's signed.
Well, no, the receiving PSAP
I don't think it goes
cannot.
down to the agent level. I think isn't it the agency?
Well, when the call is received, the call handling can validate it.
No, they don't implement SDIAS.
It isn't an STIAS. It's just a signed identity header.
I know, but PSAPs don't do that. PSAP look at the verstat.
If you want to know for sure who you're talking to, you can look at the TLS connection, or you can use the signed identity header. Either works. It's not hard to do that. You don't need an STIAS to do VS to do that. You can just literally look at the signature and see if it's valid, in which case the thing that's in the identity header better match the from, and you're done. That's I mean, it's code. I don't want to say it's no code. There's code, but it isn't a whole functional element. It's not complicated. It just literally validates a signature on an editor, which we do in lots of other cases.
Okay, so we don't have a requirement right now for a PSAP to look at a identity header signature because NGCS has been validating it and putting the result of validation in Verstat.
Oh, no,
yes.
only for an outside call.
But again, so I would strongly push that we have NGCS do the same, even for all calls.
Well, hold on. This is getting back to the whole conversation.
Yeah. No, I think we've agreed not to do that.
Yeah, and if it were up to me, we would, but that's not the direction that the group has gone in. It's been all about, this is going to be an internal thing, you know, we're going to wave our hands at it. It's not going to be, you know, a STIVS like mechanism. So there you go.
It's not
That's
hard
what you
to
got.
do. This is not difficult. We have signatures in several other places. It's just like another signature.
So do we need text, or is there already text in 3.1 that does this?
No,
well,
there's no
we
text.
have agreed to make some changes to text, but I think the changes are sufficient.
So basically what we're saying is if there's an identity header but no Verstat, then the PSAP must verify the signature and see if it has.
There's not going to be a Verstat that's associated with a PCA signed identity.
Agreed, there won't be a Verstat.
So if we're talking about something that's signed using a PCA issued certificate, the only option is for the PSAP to potentially do something with it.
Yeah, so that's what I'm trying to come up with the recipe, okay? Because so call comes in, okay, has an identity header, has no Verstat. The PAI is not signed. Has no Verstat parameter. So the call handling system, CHFE, should digitally verify the signature in identity itself.
Right. That's what I think. That would go in the NGPSAP requirements or spec.
That's correct. I think that's right. You don't want to do that in the network. You do that in the endpoint.
Right. But okay. Does the I3 document have to say anything about the receiving PSAP and verifying the identity, or if you wish to verify the identity, this is how you do it?
I think it's, in the end, the agreement that we made about handling the circumstance is going to require some text. And that text probably is going to have to say anybody that wants to verify will have to check the signature.
Yeah, and that would apply for inter ESINet elements in the downstream ESINet, as well as a PSAP in an intra ESINet scenario.
Precisely.
Okay, got it.
Yes. And it'll do it the same way, right? And it'll be a PCA issued cert from somebody some type of agency probably that you accept.
Okay. All right. I think I got it. And I think, let me see. Oh, we already settled. Oops, I'm sorry. We already settled this one. How does the bridge handle non-emergency calls? We already discussed that, and that's been settled in the I3 architecture group. So I don't think that's an issue anymore. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think we've added text that it's not only restricted to emergency calls.
Right.
And the same functionality must be offered to both.
Yeah, I think this is important because I've seen people claim that it shouldn't, and that's wrong.
Right. Yeah, I remember that discussion. Absolutely. Okay. So that's the end of our issues. We've resolved all of them, and maybe I3 architecture can meet for the next 30 minutes and actually write the text for all these.
Yeah, right.
But at any rate.
So what I heard was there's no V4, right? Everything's been
There's
solved
no
today.
V4, everything's in 3.1.
No, I wrote down a couple of things that are not backwardly compatible. So, yeah, a good output from this. I think it helped us to kind of clarify these issues and let people give their 2 cents on what they think should be done about them. There's still a couple of things of contention and things that have to be examined in the I3 architecture group, but I think, you know, the I3 group knows what they need to do. We have to do some things in our CHFE text, which Dan already knows about. But I think we got a good path forward on all this stuff.
As someone who leans the operational side, I just want to tell everyone how much I appreciate that there are people such as yourselves that are actually having these discussions and looking out for us. I would not be the person to do that. And we absolutely need technical people like you to have these discussions and to figure it out so we can make a more efficient 911 system. And on the other side of that, operationally, when we don't understand, it's time for us to raise our hands and ask questions. So thank you for everybody from an operational and technical side that hung out through the discussion. I'm sorry, Michael, I think I spoke over you, sir.
No, it's wonderful. I was just about to say, I'm amazed at how many people, we were above 200 for a little while there. How many people actually participated in this? I think it's absolutely great. It's been really good. I think informative for all of us. And I think we got some actual work done today.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And I
that
wanna
taught me
thank-
not to
yeah.
do lunch because the moment lunch goes in there, people bail. I'm sorry, sir. Go ahead.
Go ahead and say, I want to also thank the operational people to provide us the swim lanes that we need to stay inside and know what you guys need for us to address. So we're mutually dependent.
Okay, so for tomorrow, we're going to get started at the same time. We'll have basically the same opening because I'm going to assume new people are joining tomorrow. We have to read the IPR statement again in case they did not join today. No cringing, Brian. I see you closing your eyes. At least turn off your camera if you're going to do it.
5 minutes earlier and read it.
Join 5 minutes later. But so we'll go through the same basic type of opening. We did have a small change at the end of the schedule for tomorrow, but it's a minor one. And it is at the very end of the day, although we still have sessions. So we're not technically ending early, just a minor change. Not enough for me to push it out there to the larger group. Is there anything else we should talk about or do before we drop off? I know Rick's like, please stop, please stop. Note taker's done.
Anyone got something for the group?
Sandy,
Okay.
what
This is
time are you,
Ron-
what
this
time
is
are you
Ron Bloom.
starting up? What time are you starting up the call? You can start any earlier than 11 or right at 11 for the,
Right at 11.
okay.
Yes.
Hey, this is Ron. Oh, sorry.
Go, Ron.
Ron, go.
This is Ron Bloom. I couldn't help but reflect back to the days, Brian, when we did the costume over at the SBP on the call flow for Next Gen 911, and look at where we are today. What great, excellent conversation. And you know what? This is what you all make NENA the 911 association. So thanks for sharing all your expertise and all the back and forth. Great session.
Thank you, Ron, for your service these many years. We all appreciate you.
Yeah, you're here.
Okay, so if you're a note taker, make sure you get me your notes. Okay, because we're going to compile all of them. And then as well as if you are work group co-chairs, know that part of the responsibility is sharing back your JCM sessions and notes with your work groups to let them know how that went and any discussions that came up that may impact your work. If you have a session tomorrow and you haven't yet got me your presentation, Brandon Abley, make sure that that's in my hands before the end of the day would be highly appreciated. Again, I just needed to make sure that if something goes wrong, someone can still run a PowerPoint.
Hey, Rick, before you drop off here, I'm going to send you this document. I was taking notes in. The document is basically just the bullet points from the slides. And I made a note on there on, what I3 should do or PSAP should do or whatever. Just paste them on the end of your notes because it has some information on there that may not have been captured exactly by your notes. Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
Brian?
Yeah.
Sorry. In the chat, you said, hey, Dan, given what we agreed last week, the text should say that PSAP signs. What text?
The text you quoted says some entity such as the ESRP should sign.
Okay.
Probably
Well, that
want to
text is
change
from
that to
Stockyard, yeah.
say, probably want to change that to say the PSAP signs.
Yeah, but there's no signing of 200 OKs, so
You're still
anyways,
the
we can
identity
discuss.
header, it's just what message it goes in.
I think Sandy deserves a thanks for her first JCM being so successful. Thank you, Sandy. Good work.
Here, here, great job.
Yeah.
Yep.
Thank you. I was stressing, like
Us cats.
literally, like
Yeah, us cats, thank you.
I was sick to my stomach this morning. But I knew I was working with people that have done this so many times, so I didn't have.
We
a
weren't so
concern
bad,
about
were
that.
we? We behaved.
No, it
Everybody
was
raised
only
their
Brian.
hand.
It was only Brian. That was it. No. No, everybody did really, really great. And thank you so much. I really appreciated the conversation was very respectful and professional. And that's really what I was going for. I didn't want to have to kick somebody off the call, but was willing to do so if it got to that level. And I'm glad to know that it didn't. So, hey, I've been in this industry a long time. I know how to play with all you kids. So, yeah, so unless there's anything else, we will talk tomorrow morning, 11 Eastern, 8 a.m. Pacific. And if you found that there were people that did not join today, please encourage them to join because we're going to have some really great discussions tomorrow. A lot of them I think are about GIS and NENA procedures. I know that sounds like a boring topic, but it guides everything you do from a work group perspective. It's important to hear.
Oh, yeah.
Awesome.
And to clear my name after being publicly shamed in front of all of my colleagues, you can talk to Mr. Shannon. I did my job.
Thank you. I will
This
talk to
morning.
Mr. Shannon.
This morning, to
And-
be fair.
And I will have that deck sent to you post haste.
Okay. Well, everybody has to know if I'm willing to manage up that way, then I'm willing to manage it as a whole. So awesome. Thank you, folks. We'll talk tomorrow.
Thanks. Thanks
Thank
so much,
you.
everyone.
Everyone.
Bye.
God bless.
Thanks, Sandy.
Hey.
Thank you.
Bye.